And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a special presentation of Hardhats TV, where Post 22 in Rapid City, South Dakota gets set to host a doubleheader against the Post 400 Stars from Fargo, North Dakota. Well, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Fell. I am your broadcaster this afternoon and this evening. We're excited to start the new season. What a great tradition as the defending South Dakota State champion Hardhats, coached by Kelvin Torvey, get ready to go, and they take on a 9-3 Fargo Stars team that certainly represents a formidable challenge to start the year. This game coming up at 5 o'clock tonight will be game number 1 out of 3 games this weekend. There'll be a doubleheader that will start a half hour at the end of the first game here at Fitzgerald Stadium. And then tomorrow we will have the 1 o'clock first pitch, 12:30 pregame show broadcast on what should be a nice 50-degree brisk day here in Rapid City, South Dakota. It's the Hardhats and the Stars to start the year. This is, believe it or not, leg number 3 of a 3-region road trip for our opponents, the Post 400 Stars of Fargo, North Dakota. So as we're told, the Stars have already gone to Florida. They even played a team from Alaska when they were down in Florida. They've also had a weekend road trip swing or road trip down to the Hawkeye State in Iowa. And then they are playing a western South Dakota, kind of a Gillette, our area of the Midwest swing of their what they call their spring training. The games count in the standings for Fargo, and they are 9-3. They had a 2-inning tie as they called a game in the second inning against the Spearfish Legion team earlier this week. But this is going to be a great game. We understand that some of Fargo's top players were affected by a prom that's happening tonight back in the Fargo area. So not every one of the members of the Post 400 Fargo Stars are able to make the trip. Understand Fargo has 3 Legion programs of considerable note. This is one of them. The Fargo Post 400 Stars are opponents tonight for the doubleheader. Well, my name is Mike Fell. I'm actually filling in for my son Oliver Fell. Big shout out to Oliver if you're out there, Oliver, watching. Oliver is the voice of Hardhats TV for 2023, and before Oliver makes the trip north from Arizona State University, we're certainly looking forward to having Oliver bring you all the excitement and action. I'll be with you the first couple weeks of the year. I'll be taking the road trips to Cheyenne and to Billings the next 2 weekends, and I'll be with you for home broadcasts as well. Want to give a big shout out to the legendary Wayne Sullivan, general manager of the Post 22 Hardhats, and very grateful for the arrangements, hospitality, and accommodations that have been made for Post 22 baseball broadcasts throughout this week to get you ready for the start of the season, and also just to get everybody squared away to start the year. It's really going to be a fun season. This is a young team that is getting better and better all the time. Last year, the Hardhats really got their stride. They won the state championship, and they're certainly looking not only for another state championship, but they like to do something very big at the regional, perhaps the national level. This Hardhats team has some outstanding components to it. Harrison Good getting a lot of attention for his outstanding play. He is the starting right fielder in this opening night game coming up in a matter of about 20 minutes from now. And you look at the Hardhats team, and this is a team that has some really strong senior leadership. Kelvin Torvey had seniors come over to his home and just kind of talk about what kind of picture the season was going to be and what kind of leadership that they each hope to bring to the team. And this is a tight-knit team, and it's certainly a well-coached team by Kelvin Torvey. It always is, with a tradition that is second to no one in our part of the Northern Plains. So the post-22 Hardhats getting set to start the season. A few of the fans making their way into the seats. A lot of fans very bundled up. We're going to get down tonight to below freezing, but we should be above freezing throughout this doubleheader. And, we may have to reach for our ice scrapers when this game's over. I'm not sure, but we do know one thing, and that is baseball is here in Rapid City for post-22 Legion baseball, and that is something to be very excited about. The finest baseball players in this part of West River, South Dakota play for post-22, and they're reaching for some very big things this year. The post-22 Hardhats are in their blue tops with blue numerals, uh, white pants, and post-22 red baseball caps, and they just finished their defensive infield drills and outfield fly drills, and now the post 400 Fargo Stars will take the field and begin their drills. Well, we're happy to have you with us tonight. Mike Fell with you from Fitzgerald Stadium. What a beautiful facility Fitzgerald Stadium is. You have a camera view that comes to you right from behind home plate, so you'll be able to see the pitches, as will I. And we're happy that you'll be able to enjoy all the action with a very nice camera view from behind home plate here at Dave Blue Field in Rapid City, South Dakota. What a great tradition Post 22 has. It's very special for me to be here. In 1993, when I was going to college at St. Louis University, I remember hearing about Rapid City winning a national championship in American Legion baseball, and Post 22 in 1993, they did win a national championship. This is a national championship caliber program with so many state titles, almost too many to count. And there's no such thing as too many state titles, but there's a lot of titles to count, including last year's. And this post-22 Hardhats team, they really prepare, they work hard, and they draw a lot of fans, and rightly so, here at this amazing ballpark in western Rapid City, west of the Gap on Canyon Lake Road. Well, looking at the wind conditions, wind hopefully will be dying down. The wind is blowing from left to right, from the left field pole towards the power alley in right field. And not sure how much carry we're going to have on some of these balls. I mean, when you're playing in 30-degree temperatures, the ball does not carry like it does when it's in the 70s, 80s, or pushing 100 degrees. So I wouldn't expect the ball to carry too much tonight, but we do have a little bit of a breeze going across from left field towards right center field, and we're told the wind levels will dissipate as the evening moves along. So we'll see what that looks like, and we'll keep an eye on the flagpoles and just kind of see what we're expecting tonight here on Hardhats TV. Well, we want to take a moment and thank all of the fine sponsors that bring you Hardhats TV. Sponsors that include Lintz Brothers Pizza, Casey J. Davis Insurance Agency, Bolt Seamless Gutter Company, Cutting Edge Lawn Care and Sprinkler System, Marco's Pizza, and Buffalo Wild Wings. Speaking of our or check that, Buffalo Wings and Rings. But it's always a great idea to watch some sports. I had a chance to watch the fourth quarter of my Phoenix Suns getting a big win in Game 4 over the Kawhi Leonardless Los Angeles Clippers in LA, and Suns now lead 3-1. I'm really pleased to see how that turned out. Want to go ahead and let you know some of the scores from Major League Baseball earlier this afternoon in the big leagues. We'll take a look at the scoreboard. The Minnesota Twins lost a tough one, 10-4 at home to the young Washington Nationals. So the Twins dropped to 11-10. They got off to a really good start, but they are still, I believe, yes, they are percentage points out of first place now behind the Cleveland Guardians, who trail the Miami Marlins 3-1. In other scores earlier today in the Bronx at Yankee Stadium, the Yankees defeated the Toronto Blue Jays 3-2. At Wrigley Field, it was the Los Angeles Dodgers avenging their 13-0 loss to the Cubs last night, winning 9-4 at Wrigley Field. The Dodgers are back to the 500 mark, an uncharacteristically slow start for a Dodgers team which just last year won 111 games, which was a franchise record. The Philadelphia Phillies are trying to shake off any World Series hangover. They beat the Colorado Rockies today 4-3. The Rockies lost yesterday in a tight ball game, or I think in a 5-0 shutout. They definitely bounced back today. So the Rockies are now they now dropped to 6-16, having an abysmal start. The San Francisco Giants, they knock off the New York Mets 7-4. So good win there for the Giants. Good win for the Dodgers. And my Padres play the first place Arizona Diamondbacks tonight at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. What a game that will be. Let's go ahead and take a look at some current scores around the big leagues. In the bottom of the ninth inning, the Chicago White Sox and the Tampa Bay Rays are all notched at 3 at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. As I mentioned, the Florida Marlins, they lead the Cleveland Guardians 3-1. That game in the top of the seventh inning. And some games that will be played tonight across the country from coast to coast. It's the Cincinnati Reds at the second place Pittsburgh Pirates, the Detroit Tigers at the second place Baltimore Orioles, the soon-to-be Las Vegas A's, the Oakland A's in Arlington to take on the first place Texas Rangers. The Rangers ahead of Houston and the mighty Seattle Mariners in the American League Western Division. The Boston Red Sox and the Milwaukee Brewers, two winning teams, square off tonight at Miller Park. And the Houston Astros are at the Atlanta Braves. That could be a World Series preview before it's all over. And the Kansas City Royals are at the Big A in Anaheim to take on the Angels. And the St. Louis Cardinals, they are at T-Mobile Park to take on the aforementioned Seattle Mariners. And by the way, there is a second game of a doubleheader that will take place late tonight between the Miami Marlins and the Cleveland Guardians. And that's a look at the big league scoreboard. We'll get to the starting lineups momentarily. You're tuned to Hardhats TV. Glad to have you with us, whether you're streaming on YouTube directly or on Facebook, wherever you may be watching. We're happy to have you with us. Mike Fell with you, filling in for Oliver Fell, the voice of the Hardhats in 2023, and we're getting closer and closer to first pitch. The fans are coming in, even seeing some activity at the concession stand, and it's great to see this kind of American scene as we get ready to bring you America's pastime, the national pastime here on Hardhats TV. here in 2023. I'm going to give a good shout out to everybody that volunteers their time with Hardhats baseball with Post 22. It's just great to see the support. You know, it hasn't taken me more than 3 trips to the ballpark to realize that this is a very close knit group of people that truly love the game of baseball, and more than that, they just love these boys that represent our great city so well. We'll tell you who the umpires are tonight. Umpires this evening are Nate Montgomery and Jeremy uh, Mercell, and good to have those umpires here. 2-man crew tonight here in Rapid City. We are going to bring you doubleheader action tonight. Both of these teams, 2 of the top teams in the Dakotas, getting ready to do battle for 18 innings tonight. It's going to be an exciting night of baseball, that's for sure. Post 22 and Post 400 ready to take the field in a matter of moments. Let's go ahead and go to the starting lineups. First, for the Post 400 Fargo Stars. Leading off and playing shortstop for the Fargo Stars, it's Caleb Christensen. Hitting second, the starting pitcher for the Stars, Matt Bryant. Batting third for Post 400, it's second baseman Colby Hansen. Batting number 4 in the cleanup position, it's Gunnar Majerus. Batting fifth, the center fielder, Jake Jaroszewski. Hitting sixth tonight for Post 400 Fargo, it's Colby Nissen. Batting seventh, it's third baseman Ashton Renus. Hitting eighth for the Post 400 Fargo Stars, it's Malachi Wurmeyer. And hitting ninth, rounding out the starting lineup for the Fargo Stars, it's Kane Mathiasen, the left fielder. So filling out your scorebook as we start this season for Post 400, it's Christensen, Bryant, Hansen, Majerus, Jaroszewski, Nissen, Renus, Wurmeyer, and Mathiasen for the 9-3 Fargo Stars. Now let's go ahead and look at the starting lineups for the Post 22 Hardhats on opening night as Kelvin Torvey exchanges his lineup card with the Post 400 skipper. For the Hardhats, leading off, it's Zeke Farley, the left fielder. Hitting second, Amarian Saylor, also known as Mars Saylor. He's the center fielder. Batting third, it's Hayden Hollick, the third baseman. Batting fourth, Harrison Good, the right fielder. Hitting fifth for the Hardhats, designated hitter Tate Crosswaite. Batting sixth, it's first baseman Alex Dietrich. Batting seventh, the catcher in tonight's game, the transfer from Sturgis, Ridge Inhofer. Batting eighth, the second baseman Wyatt Reeder. And hitting ninth for the Post 22 Hardhats, Wilson Kiefer. So for the Hardhats, it's Farley, Saylor, and Hollick, Good, Crosswaite, and Dietrich, and Inhofer, Reeder, and Kiefer. The starting pitcher tonight on opening day for Post 22, Hayden Lady, and that's a look at the lineups for the Stars and for Post 400, the pride of Fargo, North Dakota. This is going to be some great baseball action here at Fitzgerald Stadium. Managers shaking hands, now having a little bit of a conversation, and it's a night to dress warm. If you're in the neighborhood, by all means, come on down, support Post 22, make some noise. You've waited a long time for baseball to return to Fitzgerald Stadium, and it is back, and it is back in a big, big way. A doubleheader coming your way this evening here on Hardhats TV. This is going to be a lot of fun. Hardhats and the Stars from Fargo Want to give a big shout out to Adam Birch. Adam, last year's voice of Hardhats TV. I want to thank Adam for all of his assistance in helping us get set up with the equipment, getting all of our equipment to fit, work together, and talk to each other, all of those things. Really, the only thing that we don't have fully operational yet is our ability to keep score on a video screen. We're working on that. We'll get it figured out. But don't worry, I give the score a lot, ladies and gentlemen, when I broadcast the baseball game. Well, the Hardhats have taken the field. Let's start the new season here in Rapid City at the Fitz tonight. At Dave Plouffe Field, the Rapid City Post 22 Hardhats are on the field. Matt Hayden Lady is on the mound with his warm-up pitches. And we're excited for some outstanding baseball to come your way tonight. It's a cold night. First pitch temperature to start the season here in Rapid City with some April baseball is 39 degrees. Thankfully, there's no rule that I know of that says you can't play when the temperature is below 40. But yeah, it's going to be a cold one tonight. And if it's a little too cold for you to come out, just know we got you covered. Hardhats TV is here. It's ready to go, and we are thrilled to be with you with a camera directly behind home plate as the Hardhats pitcher gets his tosses in, and we are moments away from Caleb Christensen stepping into the on deck, into the batter's box, and the Stars and the Hardhats will be ready to go. A Rapid City tradition renewed in a matter of moments. The infielders gather around the pitcher. They put their hard hats up in the air and they kind of just hit all their helmets together. It's probably a tradition about as old as the dinosaur on the hill above this ballpark. This is what it's all about. Baseball at its finest, the Stars and the Hardhats. Let's get the game going. Here comes first pitch on Hardhats TV. Mike Fell with you, and Hayden Lady gets ready to throw the first pitch of the season for Post 22, and that pitch is over for a strike, and we are underway. The Hardhats, state champions a year ago, trying to pick up where they left off as they take on one of the three Legion powerhouse teams from Fargo, North Dakota this evening. Next pitch is inside for strike two, and quickly Hayden has moved ahead in the count. Here comes the third pitch from Hayden. It's outside for the first ball of the season. That works the count to 1-2 strikes. Well, a cold night for baseball, of course, means the ball doesn't go as far. It's always interesting to see how players stay loose on cold nights. We'll talk about that more as we make our way through the ball game. Ball is struck hard to third. Played well. Throw to first is in time. A nice 5-3 put out across the diamond. Great defensive play there by Hayden Hollick. He was able to get to that ball, and give credit to Alex Dietrich at first. He was able to handle a low throw and secure the ball before Christensen reached first base. Matt Bryant now steps into the batter's box. Bryant, a left-handed hitter, sees strike one across the center of the plate. Hayden ready to pitch to Bryant. Ahead in the count, 0-1. Next pitch is a swing and a miss for strike two. Hayden Lady looking really strong here in the early going. He's locating his pitches, and we had our first swing and a miss right there. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Hayden to Matt Bryant. Pitch is hit hard to left field, and it is caught for out number two. There's a fly out to The left fielder making the catch for post 22 and left was Zeke Farley. Farley did not have to move very far. For a moment, it looked like Matt Bryant may have had the ball sailing over the left fielder's head, but that was not to be. So now the Hardhats try to get a 1-2-3 inning with Colby Hansen hitting here in the number 3 position. Hansen fouls the ball away. Some of the stars tonight will not be hitting in their normal positions because not all of the Fargo post 400 stars have made the trip to Rapid City because there is a big prom tonight at one of the high schools in the Fargo area. Pitch is high and outside. First pitch tonight that really got away from Hayden. Count evens at 1-1. Nobody on base. 2 outs. Hardhats trying to close out a 1-2-3 top of the first inning. Pitch is hit towards the shortstop and through for a base hit by Colby Hansen, and the Fargo 400 Stars have their first base runner of the ball game. Now Gunnar Majerus, the first baseman, steps into the batter's box and takes a couple deep cuts. The Stars have been able to get their bat on some of these pitches so far, but Hayden Leahy's really been in control so far. Hansen with a little bit of a lead off of the first base back. Here comes the pitch, ball fouled away, and instantly Hayden works in front of Gunnar Majerus here with a good pitch on the outside part of the plate that was fouled away. Here comes the next pitch. Looks like Hansen might try to take off. Let's see what happens. Hayden waits the sign, throws, swing and a miss. And boy, did he get Gunnar Majerus to climb the proverbial ladder on that pitch. So now Majerus down 0-2, and the Hardhats are a strike away from closing out an impressive top half of the first inning and keeping the score 0-0. By the way, they charged an error a moment ago to the shortstop. There's a pitch that's in the dirt, and that will be a stolen base for Colby Hansen. First stolen base allowed this year as we are just getting the season going for the Hardhats. But I thought it was going to be an infield hit, but the official scorer said that their at last ball driven towards the hole on the left side of the infield was a error on Wilson Kiefer, the shortstop. So a no-hitter intact for Hayden Leahy, and he draws a walk, and that, of course, keeps the no-hitter going, too. So now runners are at first and second with 2 outs. Here comes Jake Jaroszewski, the number 5 hitter, wearing George Brett's old number of number 5. Jaroszewski to face Leahy here. Hardhats now dealing with 2 on and 2 outs. Stars trying to get some runs with a 2-out rally here in the first inning. Pitch is outside for a ball to Jaroszewski. Here, or rather, it was over for a strike. 0-1 pitch coming now from Hayden to Jaroszewski. Pitch is hit high, but it looks like an infield pop-up, and the ball is caught by the shortstop Wilson Kiefer, and that will do it in the top half of the first inning for the post 400 Fargo Stars. They pick up 0 runs on no hits. There was 1 error charged to the shortstop, and there were 2 men left on base. Through a half inning of play here at Fitzgerald Stadium, no score between the post 400 Fargo Stars and your post 22 Rapid City Hardhats. We get ready to bring you the Bottom of the first inning and due up for the Hardhats. It's the top of the lineup. Farley, Saylor, and Howick. And if anyone gets on base, it's Harrison Good coming up to bat in the bottom of the first inning. Well, that was a really good start for the Hardhats. They did a marvelous job of working out of trouble. But most importantly, they got those first 2 outs. And when you can get 2 outs and nobody on, you give yourself a lot of latitude to be able to get that third out without any damage coming across the plate. We saw that on display a moment ago. Mike Fell with you, filling in for Oliver Fell. Oliver, the voice of the Hardhats. I am simply Oliver's dad. Happy to be Oliver's dad and bringing you the action tonight from a cold 39-degree evening here in Rapid City, South Dakota. It's always normal to look down and see baseball hats, but if you're wearing your baseball hat, you're a mighty hardy soul, because it's so cold that I see more wool caps or hoodies with earmuffs than I see anything else as far as the headwear here. The attire here on this cold night for baseball. It's a good thing the wind is not blowing too hard. At the moment, the American flag is wrapped around the pole, something fierce. It's always a mystery how flags can wrap around the pole, but that's what we've got out by the scoreboard right now. Well, here come the Hardhats to bat for the first time this season. Matt Bryant, the starting pitcher for Fargo 400, gets the sign, deals to first, and that ball is high for ball one. Zeke Farley, an outstanding hitter with some good speed, leading off for the Hardhats as we begin the bottom half of the first inning. And there's going to be a bunt towards the third baseman, and that will be an infield bunt single for Zeke Farley. And how about the Hardhats dugout? They just erupted. That was great fundamental baseball, and Zeke did not show bunt against Matt Bryant. And he made the most of that bunt. And the third baseman for Fargo 400, Ashton Renas, did not have a play to make right there. So now Zeke Farley leading off a little bit here off of first base. Matt Bryant looking to pitch to a Marion Saylor. Pitch to Saylor is drilled hard into the gap. It'll go to the wall. And the runners are flying around the bases. Ball is handled at the 393 mark, and that'll bring home a run. It's a triple for Mars Saylor, an RBI triple to get this season going with a bang. And Marion Saylor hit the ball all the way to the 393 mark in the deepest part of left center field. And by the time that ball was fielded, there was no doubt that Zeke Farley was going to cross home plate. And that is a triple for a Marion Saylor off of Matt Bryant here in the bottom of the first inning. How about Mars Saylor? Man, that was something else right there. Here comes Hayden Howick now, and Howick drills the ball into center. That'll bring home the second run of the inning, and the Hardhats lead 2-0. Hayden Howick with an RBI single makes it 2-0 in favor of the Hardhats. How about post 22? Getting it done right out of the gate. Way to go, Hardhats. On a brisk, cold night for baseball with temperature in the 30s, you get the feeling the bats somehow were warmed in the 80s or something like that. Runners at first base, that's a swing and a miss by Harrison Good. Harrison Good has received tremendous accolades and honors for his outstanding play. he gets it done. There's a bunt, and quickly good behind in the count 0-2. The Hardhats already with 3 hits here in the bottom of the first inning, and the Hardhats leading the post 400 Stars from Fargo 2-0. There's a pickoff move from Matt Bryant, throwing back to first baseman Gunnar Majerus for the Stars. Here comes a pitch, and the ball is hit hard and caught by the shortstop. Throw back to first is in time for a double play. So Harrison Good flies out to the shortstop and flies out into a double play as Hayden Howick is picked off. That will be registered as a 6-3 double play put out for the second out of the inning. So Good is the first out with a F6 if you're scoring at home. And then Hayden Howick, he is picked off back at first. Great piece of defense there by post 400 shortstop Caleb Christensen. So now there's nobody on, 2 outs with the Hardhats leading 2-0, and Tate Crossweight comes up to bat. Crossweight, a tall left-handed slugger, steps in against Matt Bryant. 1-1 pitch to Crossweight is low for a ball. Tate Crossweight in a great position in the lineup, gets to hit behind Harrison Good. Here comes a pitch. Ball is hit high and deep. Left fielder for Fargo calls for it and makes the catch for the third out in the inning. But the Hardhats get things started in a big way. Behind a Marion Sailor RBI triple, the post 22 Hardhats take a 2-0 lead in the bottom of the first inning with 3 hits. There were no errors and no one was left on base. Through an inning here at Fitzgerald Stadium on opening night 2023, it's the post 22 Hardhats 2 and the Fargo 400 Stars nothing. You're watching Hardhats TV. Glad to have you with us, everybody. It is 5:10 Mountain Time. A lot of happy baseball fans. Why not? It just feels like we're going to get a summer, even if right now it feels like it's winter, because we know we have baseball back, and we're going to have so much fun this summer. It's about 50 games on Hardhats TV coming your way, maybe even as many as 60, depending on how the Hardhats do in these tournaments. And it's going to be a lot of fun to have all the action with you. My son Oliver Fell, he's watching tonight and going to be the social media coordinator and the play-by-play voice of Hardhats baseball this season. And I'm just kind of keeping the seat warm for a couple weeks till Oliver makes his way north, and we're thrilled to have Oliver with all of you this year. Oliver was the voice of the Grandview Wolves the last few years in the Denver area, and he'll be bringing you Hardhats baseball this season. Pitch is over for strike 1 against Colby Nissen. Nissen, Renus, and Wermeyer due up to bat here in the top of the second inning, and Nissen hits it hard to right field, and it is caught for out number 1. Making the catch for post 22 is right fielder Harrison Good. So now coming up with 1 out, it's Ashton Renus, the third baseman for Fargo. Ball is hit to the second baseman, and that ball was thrown and hit the back of post 22 shortstop Wilson Kiefer. So that'll be an infield single by Ashton Renus, and that will actually, they're going to call it an error. Man, this is a very defensively accountable scoring system we have going here. I always think it's not an error unless it's a routine play that isn't made. But that's error number 2 on the same player, or actually this time the error is an E4 assessed to Wyatt Reeder. So that's 2 errors for the Hardhats on 2 plays, which I think could have very easily have been called or ruled hits. But that does keep the no-hitter going for Hayden Lady. If it hasn't been an out, it's been an error so far. And so far, to this point, Hardhats have been shutting out their opponent to the far, far northeast. 1-1 pitch from Lady is over for strike 2 against Malachi Weremeyer. Ashton Renas, who reached a moment ago on an error on the second baseman with a little bit of a lead. And here comes the pitch. Ball is fouled into the dugout. Great play made by one of the Hardhats in the dugout right there. Just a great piece of fielding with bare hands on a 38-degree night. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Malachi. Hayden looks back, checks it first. Now gets ready to fire, and that's a swing and a miss. Just a slight piece of the baseball right there from Malachi Weremeyer, and the count stays at 1-2. Hardhats up 2-0. We had our first extra base hit of the year in the bottom half of the first inning when we witnessed Marion Saylor getting a triple all the way to the 393 part of the gap. Ball was fouled off to stay at 1-2, and give Malachi Weremeyer credit for the stars from post 400. He has been battling and prolonging this at bat. In today's game, it's just important to make pitchers work. More than anything, you just don't want to give up an out where the other team's pitcher does not throw a lot of pitches. Pitch from Lady is inside for ball 2, and the count evens at 2-2. 1 man on, 1 out, top half of the second inning, post 22, 2. Post 400, Fargo Stars, nothing. So far, the Hardhats have not given up a hit, at least as of yet. Here comes a pitch from Lady, swing and a miss, strike 3. And that is the first strikeout of the game for Hayden Lady. And now Kane Mathiasen will come to bat. A lot of left-hander, right-hander hitting balance in this lineup for Fargo this afternoon, or this evening. Pitch is hit down the left field line, foul, just barely foul. That was close to being a hit. Well, I think they're going to rule it a hit. I thought the ball landed about half a yard to the left of the first base line. Instead, they say it got down and must have barely touched the chalk. My view was obscured for a moment by one of the players for post 22 moving in front of the line near third base. So now there's 2 on and 2 out, and that was the first official hit of the game as Kane Mathiasen, the number 9 hitter, able to scrape the edge of that first base line between third base and the left field foul pole. So now we get into action as Caleb Christensen comes back out to hit. Caleb, to lead off the game, was a ground out victim his first time up. Pitch from Hayden is inside to the right-handed batter, and now the count is even at 1-1. So glad to have you with us. We thank our great sponsors, including Formatic Electric and Lintz Brothers Pizza. Here comes the pitch from Leahy. Ball is hit hard to left center field, and it will drop for a RBI hit. 1 run will score, and the score now is 2-1 as Caleb Christensen is able to drive in the first run of the game for Fargo 400. Caleb Christensen brings home Ashton Renas, who reached on an error earlier this second inning, and now it's post 22-2. Post 400, Fargo, North Dakota 1. And that's back-to-back hits against Hardhats pitching for the first time. There's a pitch. Ball is hit inside the left field line. That'll tie the ball game. And the throw to third is in time to end the inning. But the game is tied as Matt Bryant, the starting pitcher for Fargo 400, helps his own cause, gets an RBI single. But what a great play a moment ago by Zeke Farley, throwing to Hayden Hollick, who tags out Kane Mathiasen to end the inning at first base. So with that defensive infield putout, that keeps the game tied at 2-2. Caleb Christensen actually is the player who was thrown out a moment ago, and it was Kane Mathiasen that tied the game with a run. So we are all tied at 2-2 on this cold night of baseball here in Rapid City, South Dakota. And let's recap the top half of the second inning. The post 400 Fargo Stars scored 2 runs on a total of 3 hits. There was 1 error committed, and there was 1 man left on base. Through an inning and a half of baseball here in the middle of the second inning, it's the post 22 Hardhats 2 and the post 400 Stars from Fargo, North Dakota 2. Coming up to bat here for the Hardhats will be the 6, 7, and 8 hitters in the lineup, Dietrich Inhofer and Reeder, and Matt Bryant is out on the mound for post 400. Post 400, the Fargo Stars come in with an impressive mark of 9-3 with a 75% winning percentage. They have tested themselves in the early part of the season, taking a road trip to Florida, and after leaving the Sunshine State, they came to the Hawkeye State, played a few games in Iowa, and here they are tonight in the City of Presidents, Rapid City, South Dakota, as the Hardhats get ready to come to bat here in the second inning. Alex Dietrich waits for the pitch from Matt Bryant, and that pitch is outside for ball 1. We're happy you're with us tonight here on Hardhats TV. Ball is going to be hit to right, and it's not handled. In fact, the right fielder is in pain. He is injured. That will be a stand-up double, and we are concerned about the right fielder for Fargo post 400. Colby Nissen is in a lot of pain, and the trainer is coming out to attend to the right fielder. He just went down awkwardly, seemed to land perhaps on his wrist. I can't be certain of that, but we have an injury delay, and it's not good. So we just lift up our prayers to post 400 right fielder Colby Nissen. He just awkwardly played that fly ball to right field by Alex Dietrich. Dietrich able to get a stand-up double, and now we have an extended injury delay here at Dave Plouffe Field. Want to thank our great sponsors, Buffalo Wings and Rings, Mainline Contracting, William and Pam Schmegel. Post 22 baseball here with renewing a tradition, one of the special traditions of our fine community in Rapid City. And we just hope the right fielder is okay. He's actually having his leg looked at, his left leg, and not sure if he strained his knee or what the issue happens to be. Both teams tied at 2. We're in the bottom half of the second inning. Want to give a big shout out to my good friend, the Sportscaster of the Year, Steve Ammerman. Steve Ammerman, the voice of Black Hills State University, reigning South Dakota Sportscaster of the Year. If you're watching, Steve, we're glad to have you with us. Steve, a aspiring constitutional scholar. And now we have the crowd putting their hands together for Colby Nissen, who is going to be carried off the field favoring his left leg. And let's hope Colby's going to be all right. Certainly you would think this would be the end of the night for Colby Nissen. So we'll see who steps in and takes Colby's place in right field. Post 22 with a runner at second base in the person of Alex Dietrich. Ridge Inhofer, a transfer from the Northern Hills, going to come up to bat here in his Hardhats debut. Let's see if Ridge can drive home the go-ahead run here in the bottom half of inning number 2. Mike Fell with you, filling in for Oliver Fell, who will have all the action for you coming up, we think, on Tuesday, May the 8th, when the Hardhats will be hosting Spearfish, or actually on Tuesday, May 9th, when the Hardhats will be hosting Spearfish. I'll have all the games for you up to that point. So the Hardhats and the Stars notched in a good one on a cold night for baseball. We will have doubleheader action for you tonight. We'll have a single game tomorrow. Hardhats TV pregame begins at 12:30 with first pitch set for 1 in the afternoon. Pitch is over for ball 1, or just off the plate for ball 1 to Ridge Inhofer. Inhofer digging in, waiting for the next pitch from Stars pitcher Matt Bryant. Leading off is Dietrich from second base. And Dietrich able to cause the pitcher to step off the rubber and break his concentration. Go-ahead run is in scoring position at second base for post 22. Here's the pitch from Bryant. It's outside for ball 2. Ridge Inhofer showing good selection of pitches, wanting to hit his pitch here from Matt Bryant, who has already yielded 4 hits in just a little over an inning of play. Here comes a pitch to Inhofer, and that's over for strike 1. Looked as though there Ridge was really taking from the very get-go. Here comes the next offering from Matt Bryant. Don't think he's related to Rockies outfielder Chris Bryant, or third baseman Chris Bryant. There's a pitch outside, 3-1 now. So the count goes into the hitter's favor. Ridge Inhofer waiting for the pitch. Dietrich leading off at second. And the ball is fouled off the frame of hitter Ridge Inhofer right there. And that works the count full. So 3-2, nobody out, 1 man on at second base. Hardhats threatening to take the lead right here and right now. Here comes the pitch, and the ball is hit deep to right field. And it is caught, and tagging up and running from station to station, from second to third, is Alex Dietrich. So that is a long fly out to right field for the first out in the inning by Ridge Inhofer, but it was a productive out. It was essentially a sacrifice fly that moves Dietrich from second to third base. Now we'll see if Wyatt Reeder can bring home Alex Dietrich with one out. So the Hardhats are in a enviable position where really any kind of contact should bring home the go-ahead run right here. The ball is hit back to the pitcher. Bryant throws to first, and that's a 1-3 putout on Wyatt Reeder. And staying at third base now with two outs is Alex Dietrich. What a big out there for the Fargo Stars starting pitcher, Matt Bryant. He fielded his position very well. Inhofer smashed the ball hard up the middle. Great play there on the mound by Bryant. Now Wilson Kiefer comes up to bat, and Kiefer fouls the ball away down the right field line into the stands. You're watching the Hardhats and the Stars live from Dave Plouffe Field at Fitzgerald Stadium, and we're glad you're with us tonight as the Hardhats try to take the lead here in a 2-2 ball game here in the bottom of the second inning. Wilson Kiefer with a 1-1 count. Waits for the pitch. The ball is outside for ball two. Can the Hardhats take a 3-2 lead right here? Dietrich reached with a leadoff double to start things off. Now there we go. Reeder gets Kiefer gets a swing, and it is over the head of the right fielder. That'll score a run. Crossing home plate is Alex Dietrich. Here's a possible inside the park home run, and that's going to be an inside the park home run for Wilson Kiefer. He circles the bases, gets a huge amount of high fives and celebration from his teammates as Post 22 leads 4-2 as Wilson Kiefer gets an inside the park home run. He was able to sky a ball deep to right field, and it landed over the head of the reserve right fielder for Fargo 400. Now Zeke Farley's up to bat, and Zeke flies out to right for the third and final out of the inning. But Post 22 does it again for the second time in as many innings. Post 22 able to make it 4-2 as Wilson Kiefer gets a 2-run inside the park home run to lift the Hardhats to a 4-2 lead. What a clutch inside the park home run on two outs here in the bottom of the second inning as Alex Dietrich does come home and celebrates with Wilson Kiefer as Kiefer slides across home plate and brings the fans to their feet here on opening night in Rapid City. It's the Post 22 Hardhats 4, the Fargo 400 Stars 2. You're watching Hardhats TV. Glad to have you with us on opening night 2023. Let's go ahead and get you updated on what's going on around the majors. The Minnesota Twins lost earlier today 10-4 to the Washington Nationals. Colorado Rockies lost a tough one in Philadelphia 4-3. And the score that just came in, the Tampa Bay Rays now 18-3 on the season, winning 10 innings over the Chicago White Sox. Let's get back to action now. Colby Hansen, Gunnar Majerus, and Jake Jaroszewski due up for Fargo 400. And there's a base hit to lead things off for Colby Hansen. Colby had reached on an error to the shortstop his first time up on a play that very easily could have gone either way. It could have been a hit, could have been a an error, and they called the play an error. Now, Colby Hansen is at first base with a leadoff single, and here comes Hayden Lady's pitch to Gunnar Majerus. Pitch to Majerus is popped up, and it is caught by the second baseman for out number 1. Gunnar Majerus is retired efficiently there. Good play by second baseman Wyatt Reeder. Jake Jaroszewski, who flew out to shortstop his first time up, trying to advance Hansen from first base here for the Stars. The 9-3 Fargo Stars getting all they can handle from your post 22 Hardhats, who lead 4-2. Just a classic South Dakota, North Dakota border marker struggle for you tonight here on Hardhats TV. Jake Jaroszewski awaits the 1-0 pitch from Hayden. Hayden's pitch is just outside for ball 2. Calling the balls and strikes tonight for our ball game is Nate Montgomery, longtime umpire in these parts. Jake Jaroszewski waits the 2-0 pitch, and that's a swing and a miss right there. Layton able to really put on the gas in that last moment. The post 22 pitching staff always likes to keep the opposing hitters off balance, and I'd say opening night starter Hayden Lady has definitely got that done in an efficient way. Ball is hit hard to third. No double play. Throw to first is in time. Great play right there as Jake Jaroszewski is retired on a 5-3 cross the diamond ground out. And we are seeing some excellent play by third baseman Hayden Hollick. He's really fielded his position cleanly at the hot corner so far this evening for post 22. 4-2, the Hardhats now with 2 outs against the Stars, trying to strand Colby Hansen at second base. Colby advanced on that last ground out with the hit and run. Because the hit and run was on, there was no opportunity for a double play around the horn for the Hardhats. So Hansen's at second base in scoring position. Count is now at 1-1. Batting for post 22 is the reserve right fielder who had to come in and relieve Colby Nissen, who got injured in the bottom of the first inning, or rather the bottom of the second inning. Not sure who is at the plate because I don't have the reserves for all of you, but this is the reserve right fielder hitting with 1 on and 2 outs for Fargo. Pitch is over for strike 2, and the count goes to 1-2, and now Hayden Lady is very close to getting out of trouble and exiting the top half of the third inning with the Hardhats leading 4-2. For some reason, we've got a delay. It's really hard to lock in the same way when it's 39 degrees as you do when it's 79 outside. Hayden Lady focuses on home plate. Ball is lifted to right field, and it is caught for out number 3 by the right fielder for Rapid City post 22. What a great catch in right field by Harrison Good. And the Hardhats, for the second time in 3 innings, able to keep the Fargo Stars off the scoreboard. In the top half of the third inning, the Stars were able to pick up 1 hit They did not score. There were no errors, and there was one man on base. So through 2.5 innings of play here in the first half of our doubleheader, it's the Post 22 Hardhats 4 and the Fargo 400 Post 400 Stars 2. Great game for you tonight. Want to give a big thank you and shout out again to Wayne Sullivan, General Manager for Post 22. We're really happy to just have Wayne with his great leadership, just bringing it all together all season long. What a great Legion program we have here at Post 22, and Wayne Sullivan very proud of his son JP, who's on the team, and certainly remember Jed Sullivan really well when he played for St. Thomas More. If you're watching, Jed, we're glad to have you watching tonight, and any of your other big brothers and sisters. 4-2, the Post 22 Hardhats. If you look at the bottom of the scoreboard, maybe this is a good sign for a magical year. The Hardhats have a 2 and a 2 next to each other on the bottom of the scoreboard to start the year, with 2 runs in the first, 2 runs in the second. Now Mars Saylor comes up to bat, and Marion Saylor, his first time up, had the RBI triple that really got things jump-started for the Hardhats to start the year. Saylor, with a 1-1 count now, working against Matt Bryant, who is out for his 3rd inning of work for Fargo 400. 2-1 is the count to Saylor. Howick and Good are on deck and in the hole. Ball is smashed to left field. That's a base hit. Great piece of hitting yet again by Marion Saylor. And now Marion Saylor starting to enter the conversation as a candidate for the cycle. He has a triple and now a single. If he can hit the dinger and a double, he could get a cycle tonight. And Marion Saylor now 2 for 2, and he's leading off first base as the leadoff man to reach here. And there goes Saylor. He goes for the steal, and he is safe. And Marion Saylor able to steal second base and move into scoring position with his speed. What a start for a Marion Saylor to begin the season. Matt Bryant now will look back and check back at second base. Hayden Howick takes the 1-1 pitch over for strike 2. Hayden Howick was able to get a single and then was doubled off in the bottom half of the first inning. Howick with an RBI back in the first inning this evening. Here comes the pitch from Matt Bryant, and that ball is hit cleanly into right field, and that might score a run. It will score a run, and the Hardhats lead 5-2. An RBI single for Hayden Howick now brings scoring for the Hardhats in all 3 innings to start the ball game. And for Hayden Howick, that is his 2nd RBI of the ball game, as a Marion Saylor scores for the 2nd time this evening. And just like that, the Hardhats lead 5-2, and nobody is out here in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Harrison Good is at the plate. When Harrison is in the batter's box, he makes it so his name rings true. Good things happen for the Hardhats most of the time. There's a pitch and a swing and a miss to Good. The Hardhats lead 5-2. They have out-hit Fargo 400 7-4. If you're just joining us, we've had a inside the park home run from Wilson Kiefer, and we've had a RBI triple from a Marion Sailor tonight. There have been some big plays for post 22 here in this opening game of the year. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Harrison Good from Matt Bryant. That ball is high for ball one. Had a chance to meet Darren Good earlier tonight. It's great to meet Darren. Great guy. Here comes a 1-2 pitch to Harrison Good, and Good able to hit the ball on the ground in for a hit. That will advance Howick to second base. Couldn't really see with where my position in the booth is as to where that ball landed, but it appeared to land in front of the right fielder for a base hit. So Harrison Good now 1 for 2 to start the year and to start the ball game. So there are 2 on and nobody out. The Hardhats have already scored a run in this third inning. Hardhats had 2 runs in the first, 2 runs in the second, and they are working on a big inning here in the bottom of the third, leading by 3 runs with nobody out and runners at first and second base. Here comes the pitch now. 1-0 pitch to Tate Crossweight, and that's over the plate for a strike. Tate Crossweight flew out to right field his first time up. He'll await the next pitch right here. Hardhats Baseball brought to you by Lintz Brothers Pizza and Black Hills Community Bank. Here comes the pitch, and it is over for strike 2. Matt Bryant really laboring out there. He's given up 8 hits already, and he has yet to record an out here in the third inning. Ball is fouled deep down the left field line, out of play. Count remains at 1-2 for Tate Crossweight. Hayden Howick is at second base. Harrison Good is at first base. Nobody out. Hardhats leading 5-2 over the 9-3 post 400 Stars from Fargo, North Dakota. And there's a good cut by Tate Crossweight on a fastball, and that's another foul. You get the impression that Crossweight, as he sees more of Matt Bryant's pitches, getting a better idea on what pitch he wants to hit next. Here comes the pitch to Tate Crossweight. And that ball is smashed towards the second baseman. Throw to first is in time for an out. And the runners advance. So a very productive ground out. A 4-3 put out at first base. Advances Howick to third and Good to second. So now with 1 out and 2 men in scoring position, Alex Dietrich steps to the plate. He had a leadoff double against Bryant back in the second inning. 5-2 Hardhats leading here in the bottom of the third. Bryant with a little chin music up top. Backs Dietrich off the plate. The count begins at 1-0. Hardhats trying to break this game wide open here in the third with 2 on. Ball is hit to second. Great play there. That'll score a run. A productive RBI ground out. Another 4-3 put out. Brings home Hayden Howick. And now the Hardhats have completely achieved symmetry at the moment. They have scored 2 runs. Post 22, post 2-2, has now scored 2 runs in the first, second, and third inning. And guess who's up to bat? Number 22, Ridge Inhofer. 2s are wild here on the scoreboard at the moment. There are 2 outs. The Hardhats lead 6-2 with 2 runs in each of the first 3 innings of play. And number 22 Ridge Inhofer, who got a sac fly to right field in the second inning, is now up to bat. So Harrison Good is at third base, and Ridge Inhofer is the man at the plate. Bryant has moved ahead of Inhofer with a 1-2 count. Here comes a pitch to Ridge, and that's a swing and a miss, strike three. But the Hardhats do it again. They get a pair of runs for the third consecutive innings, and through 3 innings of play, it is 6-2. In the bottom half of the third inning, the Hardhats scored 2 runs on a total of 3 hits. There were no errors, and there was 1 man left on base. Through 3 innings of play at Fitzgerald Stadium, it's the post 22 Hardhats 6 and the post 400 Fargo Stars 2. You're watching Hardhats TV. We're glad to have you with us. We get ready to bring you the 4th inning. We have a cold night for baseball, but how about these great fans? We have a tremendous turnout tonight to all get together and enjoy some post 22 baseball. We've got some Beach Boys being played on the organ. Boy, nothing tells you you're at the right place for baseball than the sound of an organ played by a true organist. You gotta love it. There's nothing like a night at the ballpark. We have cold weather tonight, but it won't be too long. In fact, about a week ago, we were at 87 degrees for a high, so it could warm up quickly. It's possible. So now coming up to bat for the Fargo Stars will be the bottom of the order. Renus leads off, followed by Wermeyer and Mathiasen. If anyone gets on, the dangerous Caleb Christensen will come to bat. The post 22 Hardhats lead 6-2. They have managed to plate a pair of runs in each of the first 3 innings tonight. Mike Fell with you, filling in for Oliver Fell, who will be your voice of Hardhats baseball this year, coming up in a couple weeks. The Hardhats, your reigning South Dakota state champions, picking up where they left off. They worked so hard in the offseason. They really earned the right to play in front of crowds as big as what we have here at Fitzgerald Stadium tonight. 2-2 count. Hayden Ladies pitch to Ashton Renus coming up here. Pitch to Renus is high for ball 3, and we are full with a full count to the leadoff hitter here in the top half of the 4th. Stars without some of their stars. We understand there's a prom tonight in Fargo that kept some members of the Stars from making the trip. There's a ground out, 4-3. Good piece of defense right there by Wyatt Reeder. And that retires the leadoff hitter in the top half of the 4th inning. Ashton Renus goes down. He's now 0-1 tonight, and he reached and scored thanks to an error back in the 2nd inning. Now here comes Malachi Wermeyer. Hayden with his first pitch inside for ball 1 to Wermeyer. Malachi Wermeyer trying to get something going with the Stars down by 4 to the post 22 Hardhats. Next pitch is ball 2. The Hardhats are a young team that manager Kelvin Torvey says has some great leadership, and these young men are just getting better and better. You can see that the Hardhats really took a step forward when they won the state tournament last year. They play great defense, they pitch well, they're very good at the plate. There's a pitch outside, or just over the plate for 3 to make the count 3-1. Malachi Wehrmeyer struck out his first time tonight. Next pitch is going to be ball 4, and that will be a walk for the Stars. So Malachi Wehrmeyer, so far, kind of the poster player for the one true outcome, for one of the 3 true outcomes. He struck out his first time up, draws a walk the second time. Now Kane Mathiasen comes up to hit, the left-hander in the 9-hole for post 400. Was able to get a single and score a run back in inning number 2. Well, 1 on, 1 out now for the Stars. Hayden pitching to Kane Mathiasen. That pitch is outside for ball 2. Post 400, 4-3 on the year. They even beat a team from Alaska. But you'll never guess where they played the team from Alaska. They played the team in Florida. Talk about a long road trip. How'd you like to be in Alaska and play baseball in Florida? Ball is fouled away. And there is a chase for the foul ball. You have to love that. Fans just getting into a dead sprint to get a foul ball at Fitzgerald Stadium. I love the vibe that the Fitz has. This is my first post 22 game and first post 22 broadcast, and I could take in the smells of the ballpark. I had COVID-19 a couple of months ago, and I was afraid I might lose my sense of smell. It came back right away after I lost it. But boy, I just feel like it would be a tragedy to go through life and not be able to take in the smells of a good night at the ballpark. 2-2 count. Pitch to Mathiasen is drilled into center field for a base hit. And now there are 2 on with only 1 out, and the Stars have a rally going. Kane Mathiasen with a base hit off of Hayden Lady. And now here comes Caleb Christensen. Caleb Christensen, 1 for 2 tonight with an RBI. He now digs in and try to do some damage. 2 on, 1 out. We're in the top of the 4th. Hardhats lead the Stars 6-2, and there's a wild pitch, and the runners move ahead 90 feet. That's the first wild pitch of the ball game for Hayden. And now Malachi Wehrmeyer is at third base. Kane Mathiasen is at second base. And a golden chance for Caleb Christensen to cut the deficit from 4 runs down to 2 here. Ball hit hard, just foul. That was almost trouble for post 22. Give credit to post 22 third baseman Hayden Hollick. He played the line very tightly. Thankfully, that ball was foul because Hayden was not able to kind of hit that ball in mid-skip as it went over the base. 1-1 count. Hayden's pitch coming up here to Caleb Christensen. Pitch is low for a ball. Count works to 2-1. Post 22 leading 6-2 here in the top of the 4th with only 1 out. There are 2 men in scoring position for post 400, and there's a good piece of catching defense right there as Ridge Inhofer was able to prevent that wild pitch from turning into trouble. And technically, that's not a wild pitch, it's just a ball. And now it's a 3-1 count to Caleb Christensen, and that pitch is over for strike two, and the count goes full. Runners will be taking off here from second and third on a 3-2 count. The 3-2-1 overall count, 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. My son Oliver's favorite count in baseball. Here comes a pitch, and that ball is going to get past the pitcher. Throw to the plate is not in time, and the runner is safe at third. And now there are runners at the corners with only 1 out, and it's a 6-3 ball game. Caleb Christensen gets an infield single, and that ball just seemed to land where the pitcher, Hayden Lady, could not make a play on it, and the infielders just were not squared away for the ball to land where it did. And you see that every once in a while, a play where a bit of a chopper, a dribbler, is just as good as a great bunt. And that's what happened right there. Is now the Fargo Stars have pulled to within 3, and they are threatening with only 1 out and 2 men at the corners. The tying run, Matt Bryant, starting pitcher in this game for post 400, is coming to the plate. So Malachi Weremeyer scores on that RBI single, infield single by Caleb Christensen. And Christensen, by the way, has now brought in 2 of his team's 3 runs tonight. Matt Bryant watches a wild pitch go by. Here's a play at the plate, and that'll be a run scoring off the wild pitch, as that time it was Kane Mathiasen putting on the afterburners, touching home plate before the Hardhats' Ridge Inhofer could toss the ball to Hayden Lady for the tag. And that makes it 6-4. And Caleb Christensen on the play advances from first base to second. Now the Stars have a 1 runner in scoring position, still with just 1 out. And the command is really starting to dissipate for Hayden Lady here in the top of the 4th inning. The Stars threatening to make it a 1-run game here with 1 out and only one runner at second base. The percentages say that there's a good chance that Caleb Christensen, the swift, speedy leadoff man, could represent the 5th run of the game here for the Fargo 400 Stars if Lady is not able to get that command back that he had demonstrated he had so well a moment ago. We've got a relief pitcher loosening up in the bullpen for post 22. Not sure who that is, but there is work in the bullpen, and there's ball 4 as Matt Bryant draws a walk. And now Colby Hansen, who led off the 3rd inning and is 1 for 2 tonight and reached on an error and stolen a base, he will come out and try to do some damage. 2 on, 1 out, top of the 4th inning. The Hardhats leading Fargo 6-4. Hayden Lady trying to get out of trouble. His pitch is hit high, far, but foul, out of play, down the right field line here at Fitzgerald Stadium. The Hardhats have out-hit the Stars tonight 8-6. But there is trouble brewing here as the 9-3 Fargo Stars have 2 on and only 1 out. And they're really getting to the starting pitcher, Hayden Lady, here in the fourth inning. Pitch is over for a strike to Colby Hansen. And give Hayden credit, he is digging deep here. This is the sixth batter he's faced here in this fourth inning on this cold, frigid night here in Rapid City. Let's see what Colby Hansen can do next. 0-2 count. A lot of time between pitches. Of course, there's no pitch clock in Legion baseball, at least not yet. Colby Hansen waits the pitch, and he fouls it deep over the grandstand. And now it's the count remains at 0-2. Caleb Christensen, he's at second base. Matt Bryant, he's at first. Only one out. But Hayden Lady has Colby Hansen down in the count. Ball is hit towards short. Great play, throw to third, gets away from the third baseman. And I don't think we'll see a run score, as the play was backed up very well by Ridge Inhofer, the catcher. But the bases are now full with Colby Hansen getting reaching on a fielder's choice. I think they're going to give him a hit. It's going to be a base hit. So the bases are filled with Stars. And to quote the late great Roy Scheider from 2010, A Space Odyssey, it's full of stars. That's what we've got here. The Fargo 400 Stars have the bases loaded. Score remains 6-4. There's one out. Hayden Lady falls behind the count 1-0 to Gunnar Majerus, who is the hitter. Majerus golfs one foul down the right line, and that was a little closer to being fair than I initially estimated. 1-1 count to Gunnar Majerus. Gunnar with a chance to tie the ball game, you would think, with a base hit here, with an extra base hit, any kind of extra base hit. Fargo could rally from 4 down to take their first lead of the game. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Hayden. And that pitch is knocked down by Ridge Inhofer, and it's now a 2-1 count. Here comes the 2-1 pitch to Gunnar Majerus. Nowhere to put Majerus in the 6-4 ball game with the bases loaded. Here comes the pitch. Ball hit up the middle, and it's through and off the second base bag. 1 run scores, 2 runs score, and we're all tied at 6. The Fargo 400 Stars come all the way back as Caleb Christensen and Matt Bryant cross home plate on a 2-run single by Gunnar Majerus, and that should do it as Kelvin Torvey takes the ball from starting pitcher Hayden Lady, and that will close the book on Hayden. He has given up 6 runs on 8 hits, all earned runs, and he still has 2 runners charged to his name. So a tough 4th inning. Overall, it was a really good start for Hayden Lady. It's a good round of applause from the Hardhats faithful here at Fitzgerald Stadium, but the 4th inning of work on this frigid night, just not meant to be. And now we will see a post. We will see Eli come in to pitch for the post-22 Hardhats. And We'll see how Eli does. Try to get Eli's last name in a moment. But Eli will come out and take over with one out here in the fourth inning, and he'll face Jake Jaroszewski in a moment. But Colby Hansen, he is at third base. Gunnar Majerus is at first base. And for the Hardhats, who have been so consistent, scoring 2 runs in their half of the first 3 innings of the game, has to be really frustrating to give up a 4-run lead here at home on opening night. This is a very good 9-3 ball club we have in town tonight from Fargo. And they have definitely shown they have the wherewithal and the talent to go toe-to-toe with the Hardhats, as we're all tied 6-6. Hits are even between these two ball clubs at 8 apiece. And now we get back to action. Runners at the corners. Hansen's at third. Majerus is at first base. And here comes Jake Jaroszewski, who is 0 for 2 tonight. And Eli comes out to pitch for the Hardhats with runners at the corners. Pitch is popped up and out of play off the roof here, off the pavilion at Fitzgerald Stadium. You have to love baseball. Anything can happen, and every time you come to the ballpark, you get to see something new. 0-1 pitch coming up to Jaroszewski, and that ball is fielded. Or is it? It's either fair or foul. I'm not sure what they ruled. Oh, they're going to say it was fair. Give credit to third baseman Hayden Hollick. He made a marvelous play to keep that ball from getting through for extra bases. So now the runners, the Stars now fill the bases again with Jaroszewski's single, the 9th hit of the ball game. Now coming up, Colby Nissen's replacement. He pops it up, and it's caught by the third baseman, Hayden Hollick, and that is out number 2. And it's been since the leadoff hitter in the 4th inning that the Hardhats have been able to record an out. So that is definitely a welcome sight, as the Stars have batted around here in the 4th inning, and now Ashton Renas, who grounded out to lead things off for the Stars, he hits the ball past the third baseman down the line. That'll score 1 run, maybe 2, and it will score 2 runs, as Ashton Renas able to pick up a 2-run base knock, and that makes the score 8-6, and the Hardhats trail for the first time tonight and the first time all season, as Colby Hansen and Gunnar Majerus cross home plate, as a bases loaded single from Ashton Renas makes it 8-6. Those 2 runs belong to Hayden Lady. So to close the book on Hayden gives up 8 earned runs on 8 hits and is able to get a strikeout in the game. That's the book on Hayden Lady. So the Stars have rallied from being down 6-2. They now lead 8-6, and we're only in the top half of the 4th inning. So glad to have you with us here on Hardhats TV tonight. Runners are at first and second with 2 outs. Malachi Weremeyer is at the plate with a 1-1 count. Here comes the pitch from Eli, and it's high for ball 2. The Hardhats have been scoring every time they've come to bat tonight. Now they're going to need to score to come from behind. But first things first, they want to limit their opponents to just this 2-run lead. Fargo 408, Post 22 6. What a great game we have for you tonight at Fitzgerald Stadium. If you love offense, you've got to love this game. Ball is drilled foul off of the light pole beyond the Post 22 dugout down the line, and somebody in a Detroit Lions jersey chases after the ball far down the field or over the berm. You don't see many people wearing Detroit Lions jerseys. Ball's hit hard to third, fielded cleanly. Throw across the diamond is in time to retire the side. A 5-3 ground out ends the inning as Malachi Wehrmeyer is retired, but what a big inning it was for the Fargo Stars. They send 11 men to the plate. They are able to score 6 runs on a grand total of 5 hits. They leave 2 men on base. There were no errors, and through 3.5 innings of play here in Rapid City, it's the Fargo Post 400 Stars 8 and the Post 22 Hardhats 6. The Hardhats are coming up with Reeder, Kiefer, and Farley due up in the bottom half of the 4th. This is Hardhats Baseball on Hardhats TV. We're happy to have you with us. 6:15 local time if you're tuning in watching in the Fargo area. It is 7:15 where you are in the Central Time Zone. The Hardhats trail 8-6. Matt Bryant still working as the starter for Post 400. Wyatt Reeder will come up to bat. He grounded out to the pitcher his first time up. Looks like we're going to have a substitution at catcher for Fargo as we get ready to bring you the bottom half of the 4th inning. For the first time tonight, Post 22 trails. Let's see how they respond. Here comes Wyatt Reeder. Wyatt Reeder, the left-handed hitter, awaits the pitch from the right-hander, Matt Bryant. And that ball is bunted fair, and that will be a single. An infield bunt hit by Wyatt Reeder gets things going for Kelvin Torvey and the bunch. And the Hardhats now bring the tying run to the plate in the person of Wilson Kiefer. Hardhats down by 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th inning. Long way to go in this ball game. We've got a throw back to first from Bryant. Post 22 Hardhats drawing a lot of attention on the base paths. There's another throw back to the runner at first. Wilson Kiefer, who got an inside the park home run in his last at bat in the bottom of the 2nd, would love to do that again. The lights are on now at Fitzgerald Stadium, and a very cold night without any cloud cover will probably sink the temperature into the 20s in the wee hours of the morning tonight. we get 4 seasons, 4 distinct seasons in Rapid City, and I love that. Sometimes I feel like winter doesn't know when it's supposed to leave. It hangs around a long time, and especially has a little more bite to it at 3,700 feet, which is, of course, Rapid City's elevation. There's a third pickoff attempt by Matt Bryant to first base, trying to get Wyatt Reeder. Boy, is Reeder living rent-free inside the head of this pitcher. Here comes the pitch to home plate. Ball is slapped to right, and it will get knocked down by the center fielder who laid out trying to make the catch. The center fielder comes up empty, and that moves runners to second and third with no outs. That was almost an amazing web gem in center field by Jake Jaroszewski. Instead, that's going to be a double that moves 2 runners into scoring position. What a night for Wilson Kiefer, as he has a home run, inside the park home run, and a double, and there are 2 men on with nobody out. And here comes Zeke Farley, who is 1 for 2 tonight. And Farley drills a ball inside the third base bag. 1 run will score, 2 runs will score, and we're all tied at 8. The post 22 Hardhats instantly respond, and for the 4th inning out of 4, the Hardhats have scored at least 2 runs tonight against their opponents from Fargo, North Dakota. Wow. Zeke Farley with a stand-up double is now 2 for 3 tonight, and he drives home a pair of runs as Wyatt Reeder and Wilson Kiefer cross the plate, and we are all tied at 8. What a game we have. This is an instant classic here on opening night in Rapid City. What a game. Now coming up to bat for the Hardhats, it's a Marion Saylor. Saylor is a candidate for the cycle. He already has a triple and a single this evening. Let's see what he can do here. Pitch from Bryant is over for a strike, and the count now goes to 0-2. Hardhats yet to record an out. They are getting a furious rally going. The go-ahead run for the Hardhats is at second base in the person of Zeke Farley. Here comes a pitch from Bryant. It's hit hard, and it's knocked down by the shortstop. Throw to third is in time, and that's a big tag as post 400 gets the lead runner on a 6-5 putout. The Hardhats' go-ahead run is erased out of scoring position, reaching on a fielder's choice is a Marion Saylor. He's at first base, but just with 1 out. Let's see what Hayden Howitt can do here as the post 22 Hardhats try to manufacture the go-ahead run here in the bottom half of the 4th inning in an 8-8 tie game. Going to give a big shout out to the voice of Hardhats TV baseball this season, Oliver Fell. Oliver watching tonight. Glad to have you with us, Oliver. Hope you got yourself a pizza. Ball is in front of home plate, and it skips past the catcher and advancing to second on the wild pitch is a Marion Saylor. So now Saylor, with good speed, is in scoring position at second base with just 1 out. Hayden Howitt waits for the 1-0 pitch from Matt Bryant. And that pitch is high for ball 2. On deck is Harrison Good for post 22. Here comes a 2-0 pitch from Bryant. Ball is hit towards third. throw across the diamond is in time for out number 2. And with a good piece of heads-up base running, Saylor moves from second to third base. So that's the second out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. A 5-3 putout if you're scoring at home. And now the go-ahead run for the Hardhats is at third base, but with 2 outs, so the sacrifice is not in play. Here comes Harrison Good, the cleanup hitter. There's a high swing and a miss as Harrison went for the high cheese right there. Harrison Good with a golden opportunity to give the Hardhats the lead at 9-8 right here. Pitch is outside. That will wave home the go-ahead run from third base. A wild pitch from Matt Bryant brings home Mars Saylor, and now the Hardhats lead 9-8. Well, you'll take it any way you can get it in this crazy game we call baseball, as Harrison Good on a wild pitch watches his teammate Marion Saylor trot home from third base. And now the Hardhats have plated 3 runs in the bottom of the 4th and lead 9-8 over their adversaries from Fargo, North Dakota. 9-8 is our score. Matt Bryant throwing a lot of pitches has a 2-2 count here to Harrison Good. Good calls for time and steps out of the batter's box. If Good can get on base, Tate Crossweight is in the on-deck circle for Coach Torvey. And there's a hit by pitch. Good is hit by a pitch from Matt Bryant and will take his base at first. So Tate Crossweight will come in to bat. Crossweight, a big left-handed bat in the heart of the Hardhats lineup, will try to do substantial damage here as the Hardhats lead by a run, 9-8. Crossweight pops the ball up, infield fly rule called, and that's the 3rd out of the inning as second baseman Colby Hansen makes the catch to retire Tate Crossweight. But the Hardhats get it done. They rally for 3 runs in the bottom half of the 4th inning on a total of 3 hits. There were no errors, and there was 1 man left on base. Through 4 innings of play. What a classic. It's post 22-9. Fargo 400, post 408. This is Hardhats TV from Rapid City, South Dakota. Welcome back, everybody. Mike Fell with you in a cold broadcast booth, but a great place to be. No place I'd rather be tonight than right here, right now with you from Fitzgerald Stadium. The Hardhats lead 9-8 in an offensive slugfest, and this is just game number 1 of 2 games tonight. We're going to have a lot of baseball for the next couple of hours coming your way. How about these fans? They love their Hardhats. Great crowd here tonight on a cold night. Ball is hit to second. Throw from Reeder over to first is in time for out number 1. Good play there made by Wyatt Reeder as Reeder throws to first baseman Alex Dietrich to retire the first batter of the 5th inning in the person of Kane Mathiasen. Now Caleb Christensen is up to bat. Caleb is 2 for 3 tonight with a run scored and 2 RBIs for the Stars. Pitch from Eli is over for strike 1. Post 22, your reigning South Dakota state champions, playing in front of a good crowd here with some cold April baseball tonight. Pitch is over for strike 2, and Eli really locating those pitches so far. Here comes the pitch from Eli, and it is hit towards center. Center fielder comes in and makes the catch, and that's out number 2 in this inning. Just what the Hardhats would be looking for would be a 1-2-3 inning after there was a stretch there where 7 consecutive base runners reached base in the last inning from post 400. Good play there by a Marion Sailor at center. Eli working against Matt Bryant. Here comes the pitch, and the ball is hit towards second. Scooped up, throw to first is in time, and there's a 1-2-3 inning for the Hardhats. Just what the doctor ordered for the Hardhats of post 22. Through 4.5 innings of play. It's post 22 9, Fargo 408. You're watching Hardhats baseball on Hardhats TV. In the bottom of the 5th inning, in the top of the 5th inning, there were no runs, no hits, no errors, no men left on base. And we are in the middle of inning number 5. And we will see Alex Dietrich, Ridge Inhofer, and Wyatt Reeder come up to bat in the 5th inning, and Wilson Kiefer will hit. The red-hot Wilson Kiefer, who already has a pair of extra base hits tonight, he will hit in the 5th inning if anyone can get on base. So the Hardhats, if you're just joining us, they got out to a 4-0 lead, then it was 4-2. Then they got up by what seemed to be a comfortable 6-2 margin. Then post 400 exploded in the top half of the 4th inning for 6 runs. Chased off starting pitcher Hayden Leahy and staked themselves out to an 8-6 lead. And then the Hardhats came right back with a couple of hits and then took a 9-8 lead. The go-ahead run scoring on a wild pitch from Matt Bryant. And Matt Bryant's night as a starting pitcher is over. He's now standing at third base, and it looks as though, trying to see who's pitching for Fargo 400, post 400. But we're going to get to the bottom half of the 5th inning here in a moment. I want to give a big shout out to Wayne Sullivan, general manager of Post 22 Baseball, and good friend of mine. Just glad to be with you tonight as we are going to have Oliver Fell joining you as the voice of Hardhats TV in a couple of weeks. I'll be with you for this weekend and next weekend in Cheyenne and the following weekend in Billings, Montana. And I'll just be around the ballpark all summer as a proud dad hanging around my son Oliver, who will be bringing you Hardhats TV baseball broadcasts all summer long. Here's a pitch, smashed off of Matt Bryant at third base. Throw to first is, they gave him the out, but I thought the first baseman lifted his foot off the bag. I thought that was a base hit. Instead, let's see if the umpire changes the call, or at least talks it over. I think maybe Montgomery, the home plate umpire, saw the first baseman take his foot off the bag. It looked as though that was a base hit, and the runner is safe at first. There's good communication by the umpire. Kelvin Torvey did not have to race out of the dugout and argue his case there. As that is an infield hit, Alex Dietrich able to reach base to lead off the bottom of the fifth with a hard smash to Matt Bryant at third base. And man alive, I'll tell you, the play by Bryant was impressive. He got hit hard on a very cold night, friends, and he threw the ball over to first, and the first baseman did the best he could to get to that ball, but he had to lift his right foot off the bag, and when he did so, that was exactly when Alex Dietrich reached first base, and he was initially called out by the first base umpire. Then, upon a conference with the two umpires, he was ruled safe. So, the Hardhats have the leadoff man aboard here in the fifth inning. Post 22 has scored in every inning in this ballgame, and they're well on their way with the leadoff man at first and nobody out to maybe get a couple more out, couple runs in this inning. They have scored multiple runs in each inning tonight against post 400 from Fargo. Showing bunt is Ridge Inhofer, and that's a high pitch inside for ball one. Inhofer tonight with a sacrifice and a strikeout. 0 for 1 this evening. Hardhats leading 9-8. We're happy to have you with us here on Hardhats TV. There's a pitch and a swing and a miss from Inhofer. Inhofer making his Hardhats debut tonight. Post 22, happy to have him aboard. Here comes the pitch to Ridge Inhofer, and that pitch is outside for ball two. The post 22 Hardhats trying to build on their one-run advantage here in the bottom half of the fifth inning. Happy to have you with us. Doubleheader baseball here in Rapid City tonight to start the season. We'll have pregame coverage beginning at 12:30 on Hardhats TV tomorrow with first pitch set for 1 o'clock. There's a swing and a miss from Inhofer, and the count evens at 2-2 with nobody out, one man on in this 9-8 ball game with the Hardhats leading at the moment. Here comes the pitch, and it's low for ball three. This is a big moment in this one-run game coming up. Let's see if Ridge Inhofer can draw a walk or get a big hit. He fouls off a pitch and keeps the count at 3-2. Ridge, a tall player, batting right-handed. Ridge looking for his first hit as a hard hat. This would be a great time to come through with a historic moment in his baseball career. There's a pitch, that's ball four, and we have two on and nobody out. Ridge Inhofer able to draw a walk, and you really have to give credit to Ridge. He fouled off that borderline pitch before that pitch outside of the strike zone for ball four. That's really what set up that walk, and if you can protect the plate consistently at the American Legion ball level, good things are going to happen. That was a really good piece of hitting there by Ridge Inhofer to draw that walk, and that now pushes Alex Dietrich ahead to second base, and there are two on, nobody out. The Hardhats are into the bullpen for post 400 from Fargo, and now here comes Wyatt Reeder to hit. Reeder fouls off the first pitch for ball one. Wyatt Reeder 1 for 2 tonight with a single and a run scored. Chance perhaps to pick up his first RBI of the ball game right here. And the pitcher steps off the rubber for post 400. And Wyatt Reeder awaits the 0-1 pitch. Pitch is going to be bunted, and it's a good bunt. Throw to first is it in time? No. The first baseman stepped off the bag at the last moment with the base runner charging down the line. And now the bases are loaded with nobody out for post 22. What a great start to this fifth inning for the Hardhats as the bases are loaded and Wilson Kiefer is due up, and Kiefer has already had a marvelous night. He had an inside the park home run in the second inning, and he had a double and scored a run in the fourth inning. Let's see what Wilson can do here. Pitch is over, but just outside for a ball. No place to put Wilson Kiefer for the man on the mound for post 400. 9-8, the Hardhats lead by a run. They've out-hit the Stars 13-10 so far. There's a swing and a miss as the post 400 pitcher really changed speeds on that pitch and pulled the string to even the count at 1-1. Bases loaded, nobody out. Wilson Kiefer with a chance to break open a big lead right here. And there's a wild pitch. Nope, the catcher was able to handle that pitch that failed to reach home plate. So now the count shifts in favor of the batter, Wilson Kiefer. Here comes the fourth pitch in this at bat. Bases loaded, pitch draws a swing and a miss to Wilson Kiefer, and the count evens at 2-2. Can the Hardhats open up their second big lead in this game? We shall see shortly. 2-2 pitch is a swing and a miss, and Wilson Kiefer for the first time tonight is retired. But there's still only one out with the bases loaded, and now the top of the order comes up for post 22 as Zeke Farley steps into the batter's box in this 9-8 ball game. Here comes the pitch to Zeke, and it is hit hard to the third baseman. Throw home is going to be out number 2 on a tag play with the force in effect. So that will be a 5-2 putout as Alex Dietrich is retired before he could cross home plate. The runners all advance, and of course Farley reaches on a fielder's choice. So now the bases are loaded with Inhofer at third, Reeder at second, Farley at first for Marion Saylor, and he grounds a dribbler to the first baseman, and that will end the inning. A frustrating end to what could have been so much more for post 22 as the bases are left loaded, and the Hardhats for the first time in tonight's ball game fail to score a run in their half of the inning as they keep the score, as post 400 keeps the score at 9-8 through 5 innings of play. We'll take a brief break here and come right back. This is Hardhats TV Baseball. It's the Hardhats 9, Fargo 408. In the bottom half of the fourth inning, the Hardhats had no runs on one hit. There were no errors, and there were 3 men left on base. Through 5 innings of play, it's post 22-9, Fargo 408. This is Hardhats TV. Oh, good.
Still playing.
Yeah. Check this.
It's good.
We got 63. Watch it. Doing good. We got 2 likes. Somebody likes us.
scoot it down a
Yeah.
second screen.
Sure. Do that. Oh, thank you. Hope
Hey,
so.
just wanted to give you an update. It's an injured fibula. He'll be out for 1 month. Kobe Nissen.
Colby Mason.
So if you want to share
Yeah,
that,
sorry
you're
about
welcome
that.
to.
Thank you, Mike.
You
Sorry
bet.
to
We'll
hear
pray for
that
him.
news.
It's all good.
Okay.
Fibula out from.
He's in good spirits.
Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Want to pass along an update we received from Mike Mason, the voice of the post 400 Stars, a moment ago. And if you remember, back in the second inning, we had that injury where Colby Nissen was carried off the field in right field, and Colby broke his fibula. He has a broken leg. He'll be out for a month, and just give your prayers and lift your prayers for that young man, and let's just hope for a good, speedy recovery. And again, Colby Nissen, who was injured in the bottom of the second inning, was carried off the field. We received the official injury report. He did break his leg. He broke his fibula, and we just put our thoughts and prayers up for that young man. Glad to have Wayne Sullivan in the booth, and I'll tell you, we're enjoying Hardhats baseball on a cold night, but man, has it been a hot night at the plate for both of these teams. They've combined for 17 runs, and there's a long shot from the leadoff hitter for the Stars, and that person is going to go all the way to third base on a triple as Colby Hansen able to get a leadoff triple for the Stars, and now the Stars, who definitely have to be lifted by the fact they were able to keep the Hardhats off the board in the fifth inning when post 22 had the bases loaded with only one out. And for the Stars, they now have the tying run 90 feet away with no one retired here in the top half of the sixth inning. So glad to have you with us. Thank you to those of you on Hardhats TV that gave us a couple of the likes. We appreciate that. What a great night for baseball. We thank all of our great sponsors who we recognize on the screen. Sponsors like Floyd's Truck Center and Tires. Ball is popped up, called for it, but dropped by the right fielder. That'll score the tying run for post 400. A rare error in right field committed by Harrison Good. So on an E9, Gunnar Majerus is able to reach first base, and Colby Hansen is able to score the tying run, and we're all even at 9 apiece. Boy, these fans really getting their money's worth tonight. A lot of excitement. One thing that's great to see is that the wind is not howling. The wind has been dissipating, really has died down to a light, gentle breeze. That's good for the fans that are here. There's a pitch that's low. We're now down to 36 degrees here in Rapid City. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Jake Jaroszewski. There's a throw back to first base right there a moment ago. So the Hardhats, still with another game to go against the Stars tonight. They will be in action tomorrow. Make sure that after you go to Mass or go to your church service, you make your way to the ballpark. You always want to dress to the nines on a Sunday if you can, and just really live it up big time tomorrow. We're supposed to be in the 50s for a high tomorrow, and afternoon baseball in the sunshine. April baseball. Hope to have you here. The Hardhats hosting Fargo post 400 in game 3 of this 3-game series tomorrow. First pitch is set for 1 o'clock. There's a swing and a pop-up, and that could be trouble, and it is caught by the left fielder for out number 1. Good play there in the field to retire Jake Jaroszewski. Jake retired for the third time in 4 plate appearances this evening, and it was left fielder Zeke Farley, or check that, it was, yeah, left fielder Zeke Farley who made that catch. And now Colby Nissen's replacement is up there to bat. Not sure who that is. I didn't get all the substitutes down for post 400 before the game, but this is the young man that came in.
First name Gavin.
Gavin is up to bat. So Gavin fouls off a pitch, and Gavin and Eli locked in a good one here in this at bat. Hardhats tied 9-9. The Hardhats have out hit Fargo 13-11 in this ball game, and we are in the 6th inning. 1-1 count to Gavin with the runner at first in the person of Gunnar Majerus. Here comes the pitch, and it is over. Nope, that's going to be a ball. Want to thank everyone involved with Hardhats TV. It's great to have that camera view from behind home plate. You get a chance to see the pitch right up front, maybe right in your living room tonight. Ball is hit deep to left. It was well played, and it's going to be caught by Zeke Farley for out number 2. Give credit to Gavin. He really gave that ball a ride. But that's the second time in as many at-bats, as 2 at-bats, that Zeke Farley has made a good grab in left field for the Hardhats, and the score remains 9-9. Majerus is at first base, and here comes Ashton Renas, who had a big 2-run single in the 5th inning. And Renas will try to keep this inning in motion for post 400 right here. Here comes the pitch to Renas. A 1-0 pitch is a swing and a miss. Eli really took something off of that one and got the hitter to chase. Bottom part of the order for post 400 has been dangerous. They've been able to score 4 of their team's 9 runs tonight. Impressive work by the bottom of the order. When your bottom of the order can produce, man, I don't know what all the metrics say or the analytics tell us, but I think it makes a big difference on winning your team's game. 1-1 count. Swing and a miss. That's strike 2. The Hardhats are a strike away from getting out of the 6th inning, only giving up a run and keeping this game tied. In the bottom half of the 6th inning, the Hardhats will bring Saylor, Hollick, and Good to the plate. That's a wild pitch by Eli, and Renas will continue to bat, and Majerus will scamper down the base pass to second base. So we have a 2-2 count with 2 outs. Here comes a big pitch to Ashton Renas. Can post 22 slam the door here in the 6th? Nope, that's ball 3. It's a high pitch. And now here comes the payoff pitch with a man in scoring position and 2 outs. Fargo 400 threatening to retake the lead here. Post 22 wants to keep it 9-9. That's a swing and a miss. A big out in this game recorded by the post 22 bullpen at the end of 5.5 innings of play. The score remains 9-9, and on the strength of that strikeout, the Eli Kelly strikeout, the Hardhats are able to keep this game at 9-9 going into the bottom of the 6th inning. Let's break down the top half of the 6th inning. Thanks to the strength of a leadoff triple by Colby Hansen, the Fargo Stars score 1 run, and they're able to score that run on the strength of that RBI triple. The costly error in right field opened the gate for that run to score. There was one error committed in the 6th inning, and there was one man left on base in scoring position. Through 5.5 innings of play here in Rapid City, it's Fargo, post 409, the post 22 Hardhats 9. Get ready for an exciting bottom of the 6th. This is Hardhats TV. Coach, is this a 7-inning game or
Yeah.
9-inning game?
Yep.
Cracked fibula.
That's what he said. He
Yeah.
came and told us.
Yeah.
We already announced it.
Yeah,
So
so
we're
it's
ready for
one, we've all, it's
a month,
month.
6 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
Well,
what do you do?
Yeah.
yep.
Well, better now than in June.
Yes.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in a 9-9 tie ball game. Hardhats trying to retake the lead. They had to be a little frustrated. They were more than a little frustrated, I bet. In the bottom of the 5th, they got the bases loaded with one out. Just couldn't bring home any more runs, or any runs for that matter, in the 5th inning. But here's the good news. The Hardhats are the home team. And they're going to have 2 opportunities to score in the last inning and a half of this ball game in a 9-9 tie. So let's see what the Hardhats can do. The heart of the order is coming up, and Hayden Howick steps in to bat here as he will face off, or rather, Marion Saylor will come up to bat. Oh, it is Hayden Howick, thank you. Will come up to bat here in the 6th inning. So the heart of the order comes up to hit for Coach Kelvin Torvey and the Hardhats. It's been a high-scoring affair. Hardhats have had 13 hits. They have had 3 errors this evening. 2 of those errors were what you call borderline. They could have been hits, could have been errors. And difficult decision for the scorer. And let's see what the Hardhats can do. It's really a new ball game. For all the runs that have been scored, it's 9-9. It's anybody's game, and you know how much the Hardhats and all of us Hardhats fans would love to start the season 1-0 on opening night. Next pitch is over for a ball. So Hayden Howick with an opportunity hitting ahead of Harrison Good to get on base or really get his pitch. And he draws a walk, and that's a good piece of hitting right there by Hayden Howick. He was able to get the pitches he wanted, couldn't drive them in play. It looks like we got a pinch runner coming in, number 16 coming in to run. He represents the go-ahead run for Coach Torvey in post 22. Try to get his name for you in a moment. So, got a pinch runner here in the 6th inning. Harrison Good is at the plate. 1 on, nobody out. Hardhats will have Harrison Good hit the ball high and deep into the outfield. It's playable and caught by the left fielder. That's an F7 if you're scoring at home. That's out number 1.
Dylan Marsh is running.
And Dylan Marsh is running for Hayden Howick here in the 6th inning. And now Tate Crossweight comes up to bat. Tate Crossweight is due. He is 0 for 3 tonight. And he comes up with the Charlie Blackmon walk-up music. Let's see what he can do with that walk-up music for the Hardhats. Here comes the pitch, and Crossweight hits it high and deep to right, and it is caught in center field. And that's out number 2. And now, Hardhats with pinch runner Dylan Marsh still at first come up to bat here in the 2nd inning, or in the 6th inning with Alex Dietrich. Alex has had a good game tonight. He's 2 for 3 with an RBI. He scored in the 2nd, drove in a run back in the 5th. And taking off is Dylan Marsh, and he is safe at second base. A stolen base for Dylan Marsh. Great decision by Kelvin Torvey to get the speedy Dylan Marsh out there on the base paths, and now the go-ahead run is in scoring position for post 22. Can Alex Dietrich drive home the go-ahead run here in the 6th inning? We shall see. The 1-1-0 pitch is over to even the count 1-1. Can Alex Dietrich be the hero of the moment and give the Hardhats the decisive go-ahead run here in the bottom of the 6th inning? Pitcher looks back to Marsh. Now fires to the plate. Ball is hit well to left field. It might drop, and it is caught. What a play by the left fielder for the post 400 Stars, Kane Mathiasen. Mathiasen able to get the Stars out of trouble with a diving grab in left field, and at the end of the bottom of the 6th inning, we are still tied at 9 apiece. The Cavaliers able to get a base runner, but they strand that base runner. There were no runs on no hits. There were no errors. And through 6 innings of play, we go to the decisive, perhaps decisive, 7th inning in this first half of the doubleheader at Fitzgerald Stadium, with post 22 and post 400 locked in a 9-9 stalemate here on a cold 36-degree night in Rapid City, South Dakota. You're watching Hardhats TV. Mike Fell filling in for Oliver Fell, and Oliver watching the game tonight, learning all he can about the Hardhats and wanting to be a part of every moment of the season, and we're going to be thrilled to have Oliver here in a couple of weeks. I'll be with you not only tomorrow, but on the road trip to Cheyenne next weekend, and the road trip to Billings, Montana after that. And Oliver and I will be in Watertown in about 3 weeks from this weekend, and we'll be together in Watertown. We're going to take in some baseball at Target Field. We're going to see my San Diego Padres against the Minnesota Twins in a couple weeks. I can't wait for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Made better by being able to share that with my son. It's going to be great. Never been to a game at Target Field. Well, we're back to action. And Eli Kelly is on the mound as we begin the 7th inning of play. Eli has pitched very well in relief of Hayden Lady earlier tonight. Here comes the pitch to Malachi Weremeyer, and he hits the ball foul down the line. 0-2 count to Weremeyer. Kelly trying to retire the leadoff hitter here in the top of the 7th in this 9-9 tie game. Pitch is knocked down by the catcher for post 22, Ridge Inhofer. Ridge, a very good catcher, a big man. He really has the build of a grown player. 1-2 count to Weremeyer from Kelly. Kelly's pitch is caught the corner, and that's strike 3. Great pitch by Eli Kelly, and perhaps more importantly, you have to give credit to the backstop there, Ridge Inhofer. I thought he framed the pitch extremely well. And that's a big part of getting strike 3, is how a catcher can frame a pitch. Someday soon, when Major League Baseball has like the robotic strike zone, it'll be sad to see that the craft or art of framing a pitch will be taken away by modern technology. 1-1 count now to Kane Mathiasen. Mathiasen 2 for 3 tonight with a pair of singles and a ground out. Pitch from White really pulled the string and kept Mathiasen guessing there, and the count goes to 1-2. So with nobody on and 1 out, Kelly with a chance here to get a big out number 2. Pitch is high and outside for ball 2 to the left-handed batter, Kane Mathiasen. Understand a couple of the post 400 Stars players not able to be on this trip because there was a high school prom. That's part of spring in America. There's a pitch grounded to the shortstop, and that will be out number 2. A 6-3 put out across the diamond. Good play right there by Hardhat shortstop Wilson Kiefer and Alex Dietrich at first, and that's 2 outs now. And Caleb Christensen will come up, trying to spark a 2-out rally. There's a grounder to the shortstop. Throw to first is in time. And that's a 1-2-3 inning for your post-22 Hardhats. And we go to the bottom of the 7th with the Hardhats 1 run away from an opening night, opening game victory in the first half of this doubleheader. The stage is set. Don't go away as we get ready for the bottom of the 7th inning. Coming up to hit for the Hardhats will be Inhofer, Reeder, and Kiefer, with the top of the order backing them up in the bottom of the 7th inning. There were no runs in the top half of the 7th. On no hits, there were no errors. Of course, no one could be left on base. And we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. The game on the line. Who could be the hero for the Hardhats right here, right now? 9-9, tie game. This game has had a little bit of everything. And yet, perhaps the greatest moment is the moment that's yet to come. I had identified somebody erroneously earlier, way out in the crowd, as having a Detroit Lions jersey. And I said, I hardly ever see anyone wear a Lions jersey. Come to realize it's a Sasquatch jersey. So the Spearfish Sasquatch have almost the same Honolulu blue color scheme as the Detroit Lions. And so my dream of seeing a Lions fan in the city goes on, except for the elderly gentleman I've seen at the bus stop a couple of times with his Lions jacket. So if you're out there and you're that Lions fan, that compliment was for you. Go Lions. All right, I am not a Lions fan. I just marvel that there are Lions fans not in Detroit. Long foul ball goes over the pavilion here behind the grandstand, and that's strike 1. Ridge Inhofer steps in, trying to get on base. He represents the winning run in this bottom of the 7th inning for post 22. Here comes the pitch, and that is going to skip to the plate for a ball. The Hardhats looking to avoid extra innings in this doubleheader, game 1, trying to win it right here and plate the go-ahead run. Pitch is outside for ball 2. Get on base, that's what it's all about. Get on base if you're the leadoff man in this situation. Inhofer slaps a foul ball down the third base line, and the count evens at 2-2. Want to thank everybody with Post 22 for their hospitality and their support and their arrangement. Want to give Adam Birch, the broadcaster for Hardhats TV, for the last couple of years, a nice shout out. Appreciate his support in helping us set up our broadcast tonight. Ball is hit towards short, fielded deep in the hole, and that'll be a leadoff infield hit for Ridge Inhofer. That ball was fielded well, but the ball was so deep in the hole, really only shortstops like Barry Larkin and Ozzie Smith make those type of plays routine, that deep in the hole. So that's a leadoff base hit smash by Ridge Inhofer, and that brings left-handed hitter Wyatt Reeder coming to the plate. Reeder tonight 1 for 2 in the game with a base hit and a run scored. Reeder perhaps will try to put down a sacrifice bunt for Coach Torvey. And there's the bunt attempt. That's strike 1. Check that. That's ball 1. It was well outside the zone. Glad to have you with us here at Dave Plouffe Field. Opening night here in Rapid City. 36 degrees our temperature on April 22nd. You gotta love our temperature swings in our beautiful part of Americana. 1-0 is the count. Nobody out. Man is at first. Ball. The hitter Reader squares for a bunt and fouls it off for strike one. How big would a sacrifice be here? That would send the red-hot Wilson Kiefer in the top of the order up with a chance to bring home the winning run from scoring position if that runner can get advanced one way or another. Pitcher looks back to first base. Right-hander deals. Here comes a stolen base attempt, and that'll be a steal, and it gets through to center field, and it's backed up capably there. But that is a big stolen base for Ridge Inhofer, and Ridge Inhofer's stolen base. And by the way, I always cheer for the catcher that gets the stolen base. I mean, you don't see that every day, ladies and gentlemen. And what a big stolen base that was for Ridge. And now Wyatt Reader, with a 2-1 count, has the chance to bring home the winning run right here, right now, in the bottom of the 7th inning. Here comes the 2-1 pitch with nobody out, the winning run in the person of Ridge Inhofer leading off the second base bag. Here comes the pitch. That's a swing and a miss. Count now 2-2. Or check that. Was that strike three?
Yep.
It was strike three. So that is one out. But again, Inhofer is at second base. Wilson Kiefer, who has been dynamite this evening, 2 for 3 with an inside the park home run and a pair of RBIs, looking to play the role of hard hat hero right here. First pitch is high for ball one. The Hardhats would love to get the walk-off right here. Pitcher looks back to second. Throws home, and the ball's hit hard to left field, and it's going to land in front of the left fielder. Play at the plate coming up, and it'll be a game-winning hit for the Hardhats as Wilson Kiefer wins the game with a walk-off single in the bottom of the 7th. Wilson Kiefer's 3rd RBI of the night brings home Ridge Inhofer for the game winner, and the Hardhats win 10-9 and defeat the post-400 Fargo Stars in a classic to start the season. How about the post-22 Hardhats winners 10-9? Fans get to their feet and celebrate, and all of you fans can celebrate the big win as the Hardhats rally, coming from behind 8-6 and pulling off a win 10-9 with a game-winning hit by Wilson Kiefer in the 9-hole to lift the Hardhats to a 1-0 start for the season. And stay tuned. In about 20 to 30 minutes from now, we will bring you the second half of tonight's doubleheader. Let's play 2. And let's see if the Hardhats can get a sweep and a 2-0 start. How about those Hardhats? What a win for the boys. They get it done against a very good, now 9-4 ball club from Fargo, North Dakota. I'll take a timeout, and I'll be back with the wrap-up of the first game and set everybody up for the start for game number 2. We'll have the lineups coming your way in a few minutes. The Hardhats defeat the Stars 10-9 with a walk-off hit from Wilson Kiefer in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Hardhats are 1-0. The Stars of post 400 in Fargo are now 9-4, and we will be with you in a few minutes to recap this game and get you set for the next ball game in this doubleheader on opening night 2023. Mike Fell filling in for Oliver Fell, saying thanks for watching the first half of our doubleheader. Post 22, 10. Post 400 from Fargo, 9. The Hardhats are 1-0. This is Hardhats TV.
Stop streaming, right?
No, we keep it streaming.
Or, oh,
Yeah, that's what we do. I just turned it off. That sound okay?
Yeah, it does, but we're still on. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. I thought we. Huh. Okay, well.
I'm gonna go see if I can fix that camera and we'll get it up a little bit.
Can I get like a code or something?
Yeah, go ahead. You got all the time you want.
Okay. All right, so I'll just be back and get something to trade. Sound okay?
You did really well. Let me go get this camera and go see if I can get it moved up.
And welcome back, everybody. We're glad to have you with us. Mike Fell with you, filling in for Oliver Fell, who will be your voice for Hardhats TV in a couple of weeks. Well, what a win it was. The Hardhats are victorious 10-9 over the Stars from Fargo post 400. It was a dramatic victory as Wilson Kiefer had a game-winning RBI to bring home Ridge Inhofer. Inhofer was able to steal second base to move into scoring position, and then it was a clutch hit to left field that won the game for the Hardhats, and now post 22 with a lot of smiles and a lot of momentum, looking to pull out a victory in game 2 of this doubleheader, as the Hardhats are in a 3-game series at home this weekend. They will play tomorrow. We'll have 12:30 pregame coverage and a first pitch of 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon under the sunshine. Hope to have many of you with us for that ball game. We sure thank all of our sponsors who bring you Hardhats TV, and we are thrilled to be with you for the very beginning of a journey, an odyssey that will take us through the summer into the very end of July, early part of August, and we'll have a lot of hot nights. It all begins with a very cold night. We are at around 35 degrees, and I think more people were buying a hot chocolate than they were buying soft drinks at the concession stand. Now, I grabbed a soft drink because I just am not a hot chocolate drinker, but I don't blame anyone that would have reached for the hot chocolate on a night like tonight. There were many fans that did head for the exits in the parking lot here at Fitzgerald Stadium between games, and I suspect we'll have even more viewers on Hardhats TV, just because it's hard to be outside on a night like this for 14 innings of baseball, if not more innings. And we'll just see how things play out in game number 2. But for the Hardhats, we're waiting for the lineups to come our way in a moment here. And we're going to have, I think, just a great night, a great second game. Certainly these two teams very evenly matched, and I would expect a sense of desperation on the part of the Fargo 400 Stars to try to get a split in tonight's doubleheader. And for the Hardhats, they definitely would love to get that sweep, and they certainly have that opportunity coming up in game number 2. We're awaiting the lineups. When we get those lineups for you, we will pass them along. At post 400 from Fargo, they certainly represented themselves very well, and they come in now to the second game of a doubleheader with a record of 9-4. They did lose their starting right fielder for at least a month with a broken fibula, a broken leg in the first game back in the second inning. It was a very awkward sequence with the right fielder, and he broke his leg and had to be carried off the field with the help of a trainer and one of the coaches. And we were told by Mike Mason, the voice of the post 400 Stars, that the right fielder would not be available for at least another month. So that's a tough loss. And then understand there is a prom at one of the Fargo, North Dakota high schools tonight, and that did impact whether or not some of the players were able to make the trip here for post 400. So the post 400 Stars maybe playing a little bit short-handed, but hey, this is American Legion baseball, and these players are the very finest players in their cities. And without a doubt, these are some of the best baseball players that play baseball in the Northern Plains that are playing baseball here at Fitzgerald Stadium tonight. So we'll just wait for the starting lineups as they come available to us. The post 400 Stars from Fargo, North Dakota, taking on the now 1-0 post 22 Hardhats. And we're excited to be with you here on Hardhats TV. And we'll be happy to be with you tomorrow under the sunshine at about 12:30 with the pregame coverage and 1 o'clock with the third game of the series. And we'll find out after the second game if that will be the rubber match or if that may potentially be a chance for the Cavaliers to, or I mean the Hardhats to get off to a remarkable start. So we will see how things play out. Post 22 and post 400 ready to do battle again. They only had a 20-minute gap between the games, I think, with this being a nighttime doubleheader and it being so cold they didn't want to maximize the 30-minute break between these ball games. Now, before we get to the starting lineups, let's go ahead and we will get to, we're going to see here if we have a lineup card. We do. That's great to see. We'll get to the lineup for the post 400 stars in a moment. I'm going to just take a little bit of a silence break and just make sure I get my lineup card set for our game coming up. Mike Fell filling in for Oliver Fell these first several games. It's good to be with all of you this evening. Hope you're having a great weekend. It's a cold weekend. We're all ready for some warm weekends, but that'll be around the corner. Our patience will be rewarded. So I'm just writing down the lineup cards and we'll have the starting lineups for you in just a little bit here. Score from Phoenix in a big battle of National League West powers. The Arizona Diamondbacks leading the San Diego Padres 3-2 in the middle innings. Earlier today, the Colorado Rockies lost to the Philadelphia Phillies 4-3. Looking at the lineup for post 42, very much a similar lineup to what we saw in the first game, with the exception of the fact that it was the big injury to starting right fielder for Fargo post 400 earlier this evening. All right, got the post 42 lineup written down. Now we're gonna go ahead and look at Kelvin Torvey's lineup, and we'll announce that lineup for you momentarily. The post 22 Hardhats going for a 2-0 start in game 2 of the doubleheader coming up in just a matter of minutes. So exciting to have baseball back in Rapid City. Hardhats just had contributions from everybody up and down their lineup in the last game. We'll see if they can keep it going in the nightcap. Second game of the doubleheader coming up next on Hardhats TV. Looks like we're going to have a different designated hitter for the Hardhats. We'll tell you about that in a moment. Looks like we'll have a couple new players in the lineup for the Hardhats as we look at Kelvin Torby's lineup card in a moment. All right. Lee Negebauer will be the starting pitcher for the Hardhats in game number 2 of tonight's doubleheader. And we'll get you ready to go with the lineups momentarily. Starting pitcher for post 400, the Fargo Stars tonight will be Gunnar Majerus. So it'll be Majerus versus Negebauer as the pitching matchup for tonight's game. Game number 2 on opening night. The 9-4 post 400 Fargo Stars lineup looks like this. The post 400 Stars will lead off tonight with Caleb Christensen playing shortstop. The second hitter in the lineup for the Stars is second baseman Matt Bryant. Batting third for post 400 is Colby Hansen. Hitting fourth, Gunnar Majerus, the pitcher. Batting fifth, center fielder Jake Jaroszewski. Hitting sixth tonight, the first baseman Ashton Reeder, or rather Renus. Batting seventh, Malachi Weremeyer. Hitting eighth, Gavin Jiska. And batting ninth, the left fielder Kane Matheson. For the post 22 Hardhats, their lineup reads as follows. Batting for lead off Zeke Farley, the left fielder. Hitting second, Marion Saylor, the center fielder. Hitting third for Coach Torvey, third baseman Hayden Hollick. Hitting fourth in the cleanup position, the right fielder Harrison Good. Batting fifth, Peyton Tipton, the designated hitter. Batting sixth for the Hardhats, the first baseman Alex Diedrich. Hitting seventh tonight, playing catcher Philip Benz. Batting eighth, the second baseman Wyatt Reeder. And the man who brought in the game-winning RBI a few minutes ago in game 1 of our doubleheader, shortstop Wilson Kiefer. So for the Hardhats, their lineup reads as follows. It's Farley, Saylor, Hollick, Good, Tipton, Dietrich, Benz, Reeder, and Kiefer, with Lee Negebauer on the mound for the 1-0 Hardhats. And again, for Fargo, for post 400, their lineup, it's Christensen, Bryant, Hansen, Majerus, Jaroszewski, Rivas, Weirmeyer, Jiska, and Mathiasen. We are ready to go. We're moments away from beginning game number 2 of our doubleheader. The game will be played entirely under the lights. And we say thank you to great sponsors like Marco's Pizza, Architecture Incorporated, Black Hills Community Bank, Formonic Electric, and all of the great sponsors who bring you Hardhats TV all season long in 2023 for our reigning state champions. And it's definitely something special to have Hardhats TV. When it's 35 degrees, you're really happy we have Hardhats TV, because it's hard to be outside in the cold, let alone for 14 innings and a half hour of time in between. So for many of you that were at the first game, make yourself comfortable, get something cold to drink, get ready to enjoy game number 2. My name is Mike Fell. I'm kind of keeping the seat warm or ready for Oliver Fell, the voice of Hardhats TV this summer, and just happy to be with all of you. This is actually my first night at Fitzgerald Stadium, and it's definitely not my first radio broadcast or video broadcast. But I have to tell you, I didn't start calling baseball games on a regular basis until the spring of 2016 in Clinton, Missouri, as the voice of the Clinton Cardinals, and it really is a lot of fun to be around the ballpark and calling baseball. In other states like Nebraska and Kansas, where I spent a good amount of time, in Wyoming, you just don't have a lot of baseball being broadcast. So it's nice to have Legion Ball, and of course, Post 22 is a whole nother level of Legion baseball. It's legendary Legion baseball, and it's special to be a part of Post 22 Hardhats TV here in 2023. I want to give a big shout out to my good friend, the Sportscaster of the Year, Constitutional Scholar, Steve Ammerman, the voice of the Black Hills State Yellow Jackets, and Kelvin Torvey, by the way, he's standing at home plate ready to exchange his lineup card. We're getting closer and closer to beginning what the Hardhats hope is a Game 2 sweep of an outstanding opponent from the Northland, and we will see how things go with post 400, the post 400 Stars from Fargo taking on our Hardhats post 22. Want to go ahead here and see if we can check our baseball scoreboard again. Let's see where we're at through 5 innings of play. I don't like this score very much. The Arizona Diamondbacks 3, San Diego Padres 2. Oliver Fell's favorite Major League Baseball team, the voice of the Hardhats TV. His favorite team is the Seattle Mariners, and they are warming up at T-Mobile Park tonight in Seattle, Washington, where Seattle will host St. Louis. Blowout tonight in Arlington. Adalis Garcia has gone deep 3 times tonight, and the Texas Rangers are all over the Oakland A's, who are going to play their last year this year in Oakland before they become the Las Vegas A's next year. It's the Rangers 16 and the A's 3 in a game that features the last 2 World Series champions in the bottom of the 9th in Atlanta at Truist Park. It's the Houston Astros 6, the Atlanta Braves 3. And a little bit of a surprise, the 4-16 Kansas City Royals are ahead of the Angels 1-0, but it's only in the 3rd inning. The Nationals are beating the Twins 10-4. Yankees, in a battle of contending AL teams, defeated the Toronto Blue Jays 3-2. The Dodgers exacted a measure of revenge against the Cubs with a 9-4 win earlier today at Wrigley Field. The defending National League champion Philadelphia Phillies beat the Rockies 4-3. The Rockies are now 10 games under 500 already. The Giants beat the Mets 7-4 earlier today. The Mets finishing a very long but successful West Coast road trip. The Rays beat the White Sox 4-3 in 10 innings. How about those Pittsburgh Pirates beating the Reds 2-1 today? The Pirates gave their manager a big hefty contract extension for doing great with the payroll that is not very high. The Brewers beat the Red Sox 5-4 at Miller Park today. Orioles down the Tigers 5-3. Baltimore really breaking through. They're a good team. And and the Marlins beat the Guardians 6-1, and the Marlins are ahead of the Guardians in Cleveland 3-1 in the sixth inning in the second half of a doubleheader. So Marlins trying to sweep the Guardians. If they do, that would give the Minnesota Twins sole possession of first place in the American League Central Division. The Twins are 11-10, but in the AL Central, that's really good. Of course, in the AL East, that gets you last place, but in the AL Central, it makes you a first place team to be 11-10. So anyway, that's a look at Big League Baseball. We'll see if we can pass along some scores from the NBA playoffs as the lineups are being announced here in Game 2. And we'll take a look at the NBA playoffs. I was very happy earlier today. My Phoenix Suns beat the Los Angeles Clippers to take a 3-1 lead in that series. Looking at scores in the NBA, the Miami Heat in Game 3 in South Florida, blowing out the Milwaukee Bucks 106-87. That's big news. And Giannis Antetokounmpo is not available for that game. That's probably why that score is what it is. Phoenix Suns beat the Kawhi Leonard-less and Paul George-less LA Clippers, as I was referring earlier, 112-100. So the Suns are well in control of that series. Boy, is it great if you're a Suns fan to see Kevin Durant on the floor for your team. Late night game tonight, the LA Lakers hosting the Memphis Grizzlies in a big Game 3 showdown. And Ja Morant is back for the Grizzlies. What a game that's going to be. That game will probably still be going on after our game is over. So that's a look at some scores. Also early today, in fact this morning in the Mountain Time Zone, it was a 4-game sweep completed by the Philadelphia 76ers. The Doc Rivers coach Sixers beat the Brooklyn Nets, eliminated the Brooklyn Nets 96-88. So the Sixers get a 4-game sweep, and that's a look at your NBA playoff results. And we've given you the starting lineups for both of these teams. Let's go ahead and take a quick peek at the NHL playoffs and see if we've got some scores for you there to pass along. In round 1 of the NHL playoffs, in 2 overtimes, the Vegas Golden Knights held off the Winnipeg Jets 5-4 to take a 2-1 lead in that series up in Manitoba today. The Tampa Bay Lightning led the leading the Maple Leafs 3-2. Devils Rangers tied in the Big Apple 1-1. And we're now going to pause for our national anthem. And that was Pat Roberts with an excellent performance of our national anthem. And we're getting ready to go under the lights, game 2, as on a frigid night for baseball. We may even, before this game is over, approach the freezing mark. And by the way, there's one hockey game that has yet to have the puck dropped tonight. That's the Seattle Kraken and the Colorado Avalanche in game number 3 of that series that is all tied up. So we'll see how that goes. First playoff game in Seattle Kraken history at home at Climate Pledge Arena. So it's going to be a big night for the people of Seattle. Leading things off for the post 400 Fargo Stars is Caleb Christensen. Matt Bryant and Colby Hansen are also due up as we get ready to bring you game number 2 of this doubleheader. If you're just joining us or if you just want to hear the score one more time, post 22 defeated the post 400 Fargo Stars 10-9 with a walk-off single coming from Wilson Kiefer to lift the Hardhats to a opening game win for the season. And wouldn't the opening night sweep be something special against one of the top 3 teams from Fargo, North Dakota? Fargo is a great baseball town. I always think of Darren Erstad, the World Series champion for the California Angels from back in the day. He was a Nebraska Cornhusker punter on 2 of their national championship teams in the 90s, and he was an All-American at Nebraska, and he played for the Angels for many years. Played for the Astros later in his career, and Darren Erstad, just a baseball legend. He came from the Fargo area. I think he came from Jamestown, North Dakota, but I think he might have played his baseball in Fargo. All right, let's go ahead and begin game number 2 of this series. Caleb Christensen, the right-handed hitter, awaits for the pitch from Lee Nagebauer. It's great to see Lee out there. I have a chance to cover Lee quite a bit as the voice of the St. Thomas More Cavaliers. And Lee, the starting pitcher in game 2 of this doubleheader. And Lee pulls the string on strike 2. And Lee has a great arm, and he can really get the velocity going. We're just underway. This is the first at-bat of the ball game. Nagebauer pitches inside. Good piece of defense there by the Hardhats catcher, Philip Bentz. What a great outing. What a great debut outing for Ridge Ingehofer, who scored the winning run in the 7th inning of the Hardhats' 10-9 win about 45 minutes ago. Count now is at 1-2 with that pitch being fouled off by Caleb Christensen. You have to expect a certain amount of desperation from these post 400 Stars. This is a winning team. They expect to win. They know how to win. They do not want to go home 0-2 on a cold night in Rapid City back to their hotel. They certainly want to find a way to scratch out a victory and split the doubleheader and even the series. Christensen fouls a ball up, and it will be out of play. So the count currently stands at 2-2. I want to give a shout out to my good friend Wayne Sullivan, general manager for Post 22. It was nice of him just to come on by and be in the booth earlier. Hope he comes back. Just check the weather. It is 35 degrees right now and cloudy here in Rapid City. A cold night to be sure. 2-2 the count. No score. We're just underway. No one on base. Negebauer's pitch to Christensen is low and outside for ball 3. Sure appreciate the quality of the camera we have for Hardhats TV. The view from the camera much better than the view out this window that we have here in the booth. Of course, it'll be nice when it gets warm to just open up that window. I don't think tonight's the night to do that. 3-2 count. This is the 7th pitch in the at-bat coming up for the first at-bat of the ball game. Negebauer's payoff pitch to Christensen is over for strike 3. What a pitch by Lee Negebauer. That is how you start when you're an ace on the mound. Great job there by Lee Negebauer for the Hardhats. Matt Bryant now, the number 2 hitter for the post 400 Stars from Fargo. Left-handed hitter with a long stance, able to dribble a shot just outside the third base bag. I have to give a lot of credit to third baseman Hayden Hollick. He really plays the line in a tight way, and if you're going to get the ball by him, you're going to have to really hit it hard down that third base line. Pitch from Negebauer is low for a ball. 1-1 count to Matt Bryant. Bryant was the starter for post 400 in the last game. Pitched well, pitched 4 innings, was not a part of the decision. Winning pitcher, by the way, in the last game for post 22 was Eli Kelly. He's now 1-0. Lee Negebauer has Matt Bryant, the number 2 hitter in the lineup for post 400, down in the count 1-2. Here comes the pitch from Lee. He winds, he fires, and it's low and outside for ball 2. 2-2 count. Lee Negebauer, the left-hander, fires a pitch and it's outside and the count goes full. Lee, a flame-throwing left-hander, certainly capable of big things, and he walks Matt Bryant on a high and inside pitch. And now there's 1 on with 1 out for Colby Hansen, the number 3 hitter, coming up for post 400. Post 400, they've certainly logged a lot of frequent flyer miles already this season. They've been down to Florida, and they've been to Iowa. Don't know if they went to the Field of Dreams. Ball is golfed up into the air and to right, and it is going to drop. And that will be a base hit for Colby Hansen. And now there is trouble brewing for the Hardhats with 2 on and only 1 out. Tonight's starting pitcher, Gunnar Majerus, the right-handed slugger, will come up batting cleanup with a chance to really help his own cause against Lee Negebauer. And if you're going to get to Lee Negebauer, just like it really comes into play for going up against any tremendous pitcher of Lee's caliber, if you're the other team, you want to get to him in the first inning before he can get in some kind of a groove. There's a swing and a miss and a strike. Lee Negebauer, when he gets into a groove, he is very tough to stop. 2 on, 1 out. Negebauer looks back to second, now fires a pitch, and it is a swing and a miss, strike 2. He really got Majerus guessing at that pitch. I wish we had a radar gun feature and we could see how hard these pitches were coming in. and I think he's throwing in the 80s. Ball is drilled to the second baseman. Chance for a double play. And it is not going to happen, but they do get the lead runner. Good play there by Reeder, connecting with shortstop Kiefer in the middle infield to get the lead runner. So Hansen is retired. Majerus reaches on a fielder's choice. That is a 4-6 putout for the second out of the inning on Hansen. Matt Bryant advances to third base. So there are runners at the corners with 2 outs now. Chance here with Jake Jaroszewski coming to the plate for Lee Negebauer to put up a big 0 on the scoreboard here in the top half of the first inning. Let's see if Negebauer can get Jaroszewski. Those are 2 players, Negebauer and Jaroszewski, with a lot of letters in their last name. There's a swing and a miss for a strike. Negebauer, name with seemingly German roots, and Jaroszewski, a name with Polish roots. 0-2 is the count from Negebauer to Jaroszewski. Runners at the corners with 2 outs. Lee looks at first, now pitches, the ball is hit up the middle, and it's caught for the third out of the inning. What a play by Reeder! And the Hardhats are able to get out of trouble and strand runners at first and third base. What a catch by Wyatt Reeder. The Hardhats are able to retire to side and keep this game 0-0 with post 22 coming up in the bottom half of the first inning. In the first half of inning number 1 for post 22, the Stars had one hit. They did not score a run. There were no errors, and they stranded 2 base runners at the end of a half inning of play here in game 2 of our doubleheader. No score, with the post 22 Hardhats coming up in a matter of moments. Zeke Farley and Marion Saylor and Hayden Hollick will come up to bat in the bottom of the first inning. Harrison Good will be in the cleanup spot and will come up to bat if anybody gets on base. Should be a very entertaining game. Eager to see what Gunnar Majerus can do as the starter for post 400. Temperature right now, folks, is 90. I wish it was 90. It is 35 degrees. 35 degrees. Oh, I got some good news on my phone. My San Diego Padres have retaken the lead in Phoenix at Chase Field. Ha-Seong Kim with a 2-run single lifts the Padres to a 4-3 lead over the surprising young first place Diamondbacks in the desert tonight. Well, the Hardhats looking for something big right out of the gate. They got a pair of runs in the first inning in their victory in game 1. Be great to see the Hardhats do it all again, just like they did last time in the first inning. This time around, we will see what happens next. First pitch is outside for a ball to Zeke Farley. Zeke Farley, right-handed hitter, working against a left-hander in Gunnar Majerus. I think this is the first time as a broadcaster I have seen a pair of left-handers square off against one another in a game that I've broadcast. I don't think I've ever seen lefty against lefty in a Legion game or a high school game that I've had an opportunity to broadcast. So first time for everything, and an exciting time to be sure. 3-0 count to Zeke Farley, and that pitch is over for strike one. Zeke taking all the way. Kelvin Torby always making sure his team is fundamentally sound, and when it's 3-0, if you swing at one of those pitches, I always say the same thing, you better hit it really well. And there's a swing and a miss for strike two, and suddenly the count goes full to Zeke Farley. And then the fourth pitch, the next pitch, the payoff pitch is way over the head of everybody, and that's going to be a base on balls as Zeke Farley trots to first base. Now, the second hitter in the lineup, Amarian Saylor, comes up. Amarian Saylor, a very good game in game one. We'll see it try to advance or bring home Zeke Farley. He had a triple in the first inning in game one. Next pitch is a bouncer, and they're taking off and stealing second base with some heads-up base running is Zeke Farley. Zeke with a stolen base. Amarian Saylor now with a chance to bring home a runner in scoring position in a scoreless 0-0 first inning tie. Majerus looks back to second, throws a pitch that gets it through the legs of the catcher. I don't think for a moment there that Stars catcher Malachi Weremeyer had any idea where that ball was. Count is 2-1 to Amarian Saylor for post 22. Here comes the pitch from Majerus, and it is high for ball three, and we are starting to see some very high pitches from Majerus. I don't know if it's because of the grip with it being 35 degrees, or if Majerus just has a lot of energy going through. There is a throw down to third from the catcher, and it is not in time. And that is actually going to be I believe one of those, I'm not sure what happened, but Saylor's at first base. Zeke Farley with a steal of third is at third base. There's runners at the corners and no out for Hayden Hollick. And now there's a stolen base attempt down to second, and stealing second base is Amarian Saylor. And now we have 3 stolen bases for the Hardhats in this scoreless tie, and there are 2 men on, 2 men in scoring position with nobody out for Hayden Hollick. Hollick fouls a ball back to the screen and now falls in the count 0-2. On deck is Harrison Good for post 22. The lights are on not only on the field, but they're on in the dugout and they're on in the broadcast booth. The lights are on everywhere. There's a pitch and it's high. It's now a 1-2 count to Hayden Hollick. The Hardhats trying to strike first. Pitch is high, and that's ball 2. Don't know what it is, but it seems as though the fastball for starting pitcher Gunnar Majerus for post 400 just will not come down. The sinker is sinking, but the fastball is just climbing the ladder with a very high rate of intensity. Next pitch is outside for a ball. It's a full count. Here comes a pitch, and it is outside for ball 4, and the bases are loaded for Harrison Good. Marion Saylor is at second base. Zeke Farley's at first base. Hayden Hollick's at first, or rather, Farley's at third. Saylor's at second. Hollick's at first. And here comes Harrison Good trying to cash in big time for the Hardhats here in the bottom half of the first inning. Gunnar Majerus looks back to second base, now throws it over the plate, and that's a swing and a miss. He was able to get Harrison Good to chase that pitch. And Good now starts in the countdown 1-0. Harrison Good batting with the bases loaded. No score here in the first. Here's the pitch from Majerus. It's low. That's ball one. There is no place to hide if you're the post 400 Stars with Harrison Good at the plate and the bases filled with Hardhats. Pitch from Majerus is high, ball two. Harrison Good now in a position to be highly selective with the pitch that he wants to drive. Majerus looks for the sign. The left-hander gets ready to deal, fires to the plate, and that pitch is outside for ball three. And now Harrison Good with a golden opportunity with no outs, the bases loaded, and a 3-1 count in his favor. Here comes the pitch from Majerus, and it's high, ball four, and that'll walk home a run. The Hardhats score first with a RBI base on balls with Harrison Good. Zeke Farley crosses the plate, and the Hardhats lead 1-0 here at Fitzgerald Stadium in Game 2 of this opening night doubleheader against the post 400 Stars from Fargo, North Dakota. Now Peyton Tipton, the designated hitter, will come to the plate. Peyton did not hit in the first game. He has an opportunity to really make a big contribution here up against Gunnar Majerus, who works ahead in the count with a fastball over the plate to get up 1-0, 0-1 rather. Now the second pitch is high for a ball. Man, I'll tell you right now, Gunnar Majerus is just all over the place, especially with the high heat. Next pitch is outside for ball two. And I think if you're post 22, when in doubt, keep the bat on your shoulder, because Majerus is really fighting his command with temperatures right now just hovering over the freezing mark. There's a swing and a foul ball from Peyton Tipton to even the count at 2-2. Bases loaded, nobody out. Hardhats leading 1-0. Peyton Tipton at the plate with his orange metallic bat. Very unique baseball bat in terms of its color. Here comes a pitch, and Tipton pops it up. In play, nope, it's foul. And it goes into the stands. So the at-bat continues for Peyton Tipton. Alex Dietrich is on deck for the Hardhats. So far, the Stars and starting pitcher Gunnar Majerus yet to record an out here in the first inning. Here comes the pitch from Gunnar, and a ball slapped towards third. Stepping on the bag is the third baseman for one out, but a run scores, and Peyton Tipton on a fielder's choice, or on a ground out rather, fielder's choice ground out to the third baseman, unassisted, brings home a run, and it's now 2-0 as Marion Saylor scores on that smash to third base. And Hayden Hollick is retired unassisted at third base. And Harrison Good advanced on the play to second base. So now Tipton's at first, Good is at second. only 1 out for Alex Dietrich, the right-handed hitter for post 22. The runners are taking off and the ball is fouled away by Alex Dietrich. 0-2 count to Dietrich. Post 22 with runners at first and second and 1 out, leading 2-0. It's the second time in as many games tonight that the Hardhats have plated 2 runs in the first inning. They're trying to get some more here against Gunnar Majerus, who is really struggling with his command. And there's a foul ball by Dietrich. Have to give Alex Dietrich credit. He really protects the plate well in critical situations. We saw that in the game earlier tonight. Here comes the next pitch, forthcoming for Gunnar Majerus. Majerus really taking his time between pitches on a cold night. Majerus' next pitch is outside for ball 1. Alex Dietrich had a good game earlier. Would love to come through with a big RBI hit here. Next pitch is outside for ball number 2. Majerus really throwing a lot of pitches here in this first inning. Have a long way to go tonight. Here comes the 2-2 pitch coming in from Gunnar Majerus to Alex Dietrich. And there's a throwback to second just to keep it interesting. Diving back to the bag is Harrison Good. Definitely, you can see that post 400 pitching. Very comfortable throwing to the bases. We've seen that tonight. There's a pitch outside for ball 3 to Dietrich. And now the count is full. And this will be the 8th pitch in this at bat. Here comes the payoff pitch. 3-2 count, 1 out. Here comes the pitch, and the ball is hit up the middle, and it's off the glove of the shortstop, and that'll score a run. It will be 3-0 Hardhats. I think they'll charge an error to the shortstop as the ball went right off the edge of the shortstop's glove. Committing the error on that play for post 400 was Caleb Christensen, and that error enables Harrison Good to score from second base, and that makes it 3-0 in favor of the Hardhats, and just 1 out, and the runners are still on base for post 22 after that error. Dietrich's at second, and Dietrich's at first, Tipton's at second, and here comes Philip Bentz, the catcher for post 22. It's great to see a little Padres fan here at Fitzgerald Stadium. There's a little boy walking around with a Padres hat on. It's good to see. I thought I was the only Padres fan in Rapid City. I'm glad to know there's another one. 3-0 our score. The Hardhats really taking it to Gunnar Majerus, the starter for the post 400 Stars from Fargo. 2 on, 1 out. Pitch to Philip Benz is outside for ball 1. So the count is 1-2. On deck, Wyatt Reeder. In the hole is Wilson Kiefer. The Hardhats threatening to bat around here in the first inning. Here comes a pitch. It's high, and it's ball 2. Hardhats just going to work right now against Gunnar Majerus and the Stars from Fargo. 2-2 count, 1 out. Here's the pitch, and that's a swing and a miss, strike 3. Philip Bentz is the first strikeout victim of tonight's ball game for Gunnar Majerus. That's the second out of the inning. And now Wyatt Reeder comes up with 2 on and 2 out. Reeder, left-handed hitter going against the left-handed pitcher. Always intriguing when this happens. Runners may very well be turned loose now with 2 outs. We'll see. Pitch is drilled deep to right. And it will go against the wall. 1 run scores, 2 run scores, and it's a stand-up triple for Wyatt Reeder. Wyatt Reeder crushed a ball to deep right field against the fence, and it's 5-0 as Peyton Tipton and Alex Dietrich score easily. And that was our first real power shot into the chill of the night by one of the Hardhats hitters. And just like that, it is 5-0 in favor of Post 22. And now the Hardhats have batted around as Wilson Kiefer, the number 9 hitter, with a golden opportunity to bring home his buddy in his infield defensive pairing buddy, Wyatt Reeder. And there's a wild pitch, and it gets away back to the screen, and that'll be a run as Wyatt Reeder scores from third. And it's now 6-0. And the Hardhats have completely blown open this game here in the first inning. What a start for Post 22. What a beginning. On only 1 hit in this bottom of the first, the Hardhats have cranked out 6 runs. It was that triple that really broke this game wide open, and now we're going to have a conference in the middle of the infield to talk things over. What a start for the Hardhats. It's 6-0, Post 22 in the lead. They only have 1 hit, but that triple sure was a big hit for the Hardhats a moment ago by Wyatt Reeder. That's the 3rd triple in this doubleheader tonight for Post 22. They are making the triple look like it's a staple in their arsenal. Whenever I think of triples, I always think of Wahoo Sam Crawford from the early 1900s. He put up huge triples numbers. You can look it up. We've got a 3-0 count now from Majerus to Wilson Kiefer. Kiefer waits for the pitch from Majerus, and that's high for ball 4. And they Post 22 Hardhats just keep the line moving, and they will bat around. And now for the second time in this inning, Zeke Farley will come to bat with 2 outs. Zeke Farley able to score and steal a pair of bags to really get things cranked up. And I think we may have a pitching change coming up. We do. So Zeke Farley does not get out of the first inning, and he will trot to the outfield on defense. So actually Gunnar Majerus' night is over. He will head out to the outfield, and we will have a new pitcher for Post 400. Trying to see who that player is. They announced it, and I'm mad at myself because I talked through the announcement. So I didn't get an opportunity to hear who is now pitching for the Stars, but I am going to check my phone and see if I can't find a picture that tells me who this might be. Number 14. Well, darn. I don't know who it is. But we will try to find out for you who is the pitcher now in the game for the post 400 Stars in relief. So the Hardhats not only scored 6 runs in the bottom of the first inning, but they have chased the starter out of the game for post 400 and truly placed a lot of pressure on the shoulders of post 22. I mean, post 400. It's looking really good right now for the Hardhats as they have a commanding lead, and they still have a runner at first base with 2 outs, and they have already pushed in the second half of a doubleheader post 22 or post 400 to go to their bullpen. Zeke Farley up to bat. Wilson Kiefer leading off at first. Here comes the pitch to Farley in his second at bat in this first inning. Pitch is outside for a ball. Or rather over for a strike. Check that. Zeke Farley, consummate leadoff hitter. Good speed. Good with the bat. Can put down a bunt and reach with infield hits as well as drives to the outfield. Here comes the pitch to Zeke. And he hits it back to the pitcher. It's fielded cleanly. Throw to first is in time, and that will retire the side. So 2 pitches, and that will do it here with the 10th at bat in the inning. But when it's all said and done, a lot got done for the post 22 Hardhats. The Hardhats score 6 runs on 1 hit. There was 1 error, and there was 1 man left on base. Through 1 inning here in game number 2 of the opening night doubleheader in Rapid City, it's the post 22 Hardhats trying to get a sweep tonight, leading 6-0 after 1 inning of play at Fitzgerald Stadium. This is the Hardhats TV network. My name is Mike Fell. Happy to have you with us tonight. Want to give a big shout out to my son Oliver, who will be your voice for Hardhats TV this summer here in Rapid City, and Oliver will be here in a couple of weeks. I'm just going to kind of hold the fort down for the first 2.5 weeks of the season, and hope you enjoy the games as much as I enjoy bringing them to all of you. 6-0, the Hardhats lead the Fargo 400 Stars, post 400 Stars. Fargo, I'm told by Mike Mason, the voice of the post 400 Stars, tells me that the Stars are one of 3 teams in Fargo, and they consider this trip to western South Dakota and Gillette, Wyoming to be, in essence, leg 3 of their quote-unquote spring training. It's when you're in North Dakota and you're in eastern North Dakota, it's so hard to get your games in. You almost need to travel, and the Stars went to Florida, and then they went to Iowa, and now they're here. And they're 9-4 on the season. They're a very good team, and it should be noted, I don't know who's missing from Fargo's post 400 team, but some of the players for post 400 did not make the trip because their high school had a prom tonight in Fargo. Ball is lifted to center field and caught by the Hardhat center fielder, Marion Saylor, for out number 1 here in the top of the second. So Ashton Rivas is retired to lead things off in inning number 2, and now Malachi Weremeyer comes up to hit, and here's the pitch from Lee Negebauer, and it's low and off the plate for ball 1. Lee Negebauer, very quiet young man. When he talks, people listen. He's a great leader. Here comes a pitch from Lee. Pitch is inside for ball 2. Hardhats with a comfortable 6-0 lead, but don't get too comfortable, fans. We saw the Hardhats take a 6-2 lead over the Stars in game 1, only to relinquish that lead, and the Hardhats had to rally to pull out a walk-off 10-9 victory in dramatic fashion in a game that ended about 90 minutes ago. There's a pitch and a swing and a miss. Lee Negebauer now evens the count at 2-2. Lee Negebauer, a hard-throwing left-hander. Somebody that would make Randy Johnson smile. Here's a pitch, and that is strike 3! Lee Negebauer with his second K of the ball game now forces Gavin Jiska to come up to bat. So Negebauer trying to get a 1-2-3 inning here as he faces Gavin Jiska. Pitch is hit deep to center field. That ball will land between the center fielder and right fielder for a long single. That ball was hit a ton, but this is a pitcher's park, and that ball on a 35-degree night was not going to sail out of here or reach the warning track for that matter. Now coming up, it's Kane Mathiasen. Kane Mathiasen. Pitch to Kane is hit over the third base bag, and it's fair, and that could be trouble. Ball is backed up by the left fielder, and good piece of defense there kept that to only being a single. So there are a pair of impressive hits that in ordinary conditions might have been for extra bases, but with the two slower players at the bottom of the order for the post 400 Stars, instead they were just long singles, and there are still 2 on with 2 out. Lee Negebauer will now face Caleb Christensen, the leadoff man who was a strikeout victim his first time up. And the first pitch in this at-bat is over for strike 1. Negebauer with a chance to get out of trouble yet again. 2 on, 2 out. Here comes the pitch from Lee, and it is fouled into the dugout for post 22. And now Caleb Christensen is down in the count, 0-2. Lee Negebauer with a chance to slam the door here in the top of the second inning in this 6-0 ball game. Negebauer looks for his sign. Lee looks back to the base runner at second, now fires, and it is a swing and a miss, strike 3. Throw down to first is in time, and that'll retire the side. Lee Negebauer with back-to-back strikeouts of Caleb Christensen in inning 1 and inning 2. Racks up 3 Ks, 2 in the second inning, and he strands a pair of base runners for the Stars. And through an inning and a half here at Fitzgerald Stadium in Game 2 of this doubleheader, it's post 22-6 and Fargo post 400-0. This is Hardhats TV. In the top half of the second inning, there were no runs on a pair of hits, there were no errors, and there were 2 men left on base. And through an inning and a half here at the Fitz, it's the Hardhats 6 and the Stars 0. Fun night here at the ballpark. A cold night. It is 8:30 local time, Mountain Time. If you're watching this game from Fargo, it's 9:30 where you are. And it is a Saturday night. What would you rather do on a Saturday night than watch some post-22 baseball? Checking their temperature now. it is actually, the temperature's gone up a degree. We're back to 36 degrees. How about that, folks? Temperature in Rapid City does not always go in a straight line. Those of us that live here know that very well. To lead things off in the second inning, for the Hardhats, it will be a Marion Saylor, followed by Hayden Howick, and hitting third in the second inning will be Harrison Good. Marion Saylor awaits the pitch from the relief pitcher for Fargo Post 400. Got a little score to pass along. The Padres have extended their lead over the Arizona Diamondbacks 4-3 in that big NL West showdown tonight. Jake Cronenworth, the Crone Zone, gets a RBI single to drive in Juan Soto in the desert. 2-0 count goes to Saylor, who drills a base hit up the middle. Marion Saylor gets the second inning started the right way for the Hardhats with a leadoff single. And now Hayden Howick will step into the batter's box. The big right-handed hitter will try to really get things cranked up for the Hardhats in this 6-0 ball game as we're in the bottom half of the second inning. Throw back to first was completely unnecessary. Saylor was maybe about 4 inches off the bag. Guess there's always something to keeping the runner honest. Here comes the pitch, and it is a wild pitch, and Saylor will easily breeze down to second base on the wild pitch. Hayden Howick now with a runner in scoring position. Chance to make it a 7-0 ball game. There's the pitch. It's in over. Just caught the inside part of the plate to make it a 1-1 count to Howick. Hayden Howick really played his position well at third in that opening game. I was very impressed with his defense. There's a stolen base attempt at third, and the runner is safe. What a great steal by a Marion Saylor. He looked like Vince Coleman on that stolen base attempt. Wow. What a great stolen base by a Marion. Now Saylor's just 90 feet away with nobody out in the 1-2 count to Hayden Howick. And we've got a conference at the mound. Not sure what this conference is about, but it's not my job to know what it's about. Just to say it's a conference. Glad to have you with us tonight, wherever you may be tuning in. Happy to have you with us this evening. 6-0 our score. Ball is hit up the line, and that will be a throw to first. It's not in time, and it scores a run. Hayden Howick with an infield RBI single, bringing home a Marion Saylor, and Mars Saylor crosses the plate to make it 7-0. A big crooked number put up for the Hardhats against the Post 400 Stars from Fargo. Man, Hardhats just playing lights out in opening night baseball here at Fitzgerald Stadium. There's a pitch to Good. He drills it, but right on the button to the center fielder for the first out in the inning. Man, Good hit that ball hard. He smacked it, but it was right on the button to the center fielder for Fargo. That was Jake Jareski that didn't even have to move, as that hard hit ball went right to where he was standing. So, 1 out, 1 on, 7-0. Hardhats in control. At the bat now is Peyton Tipton, who scored his first time up and reached on a fielder's choice. Leading off is Hayden Hollick at first. Throw back to first is, I guess, a requirement of the situation, but not a threat to get Hollick out, as Hollick again, just as his predecessor at first, Marion Saylor did, does not lead off that much. Ball is smashed foul just past the third base coaching box by Peyton Tipton. Tipton scored, as I mentioned, his first time up. He did not come to bat in the 10-9 victory earlier tonight. He's looking to do something big here with his orange bat. And the ball gets away from the catcher, and that's going to be I guess we'll call it a wild pitch. And that will advance Hayden Hollick to second base. A number of times tonight, the pitching staff for post 400 has been their own worst enemy at allowing the Hardhats to get additional bases with either wild pitches, pass balls, or lapses in communication. 3-1 pitch is fouled off by Peyton Tipton, and the count goes full. That orange bat kind of reminds me of golf in the early 80s when orange balls came along. You always played golf with white balls for the longest time, and then the orange balls came along. And then you had purple balls and pink balls. And anyway, there's strike three as Tipton strikes out. And that is the second, actually the first strikeout by the Stars relief pitcher, and the second strikeout by a hard-hat hitter tonight. Ball is hit inside the line, down the first base line. That's going to bring home a run, and that's a stand-up double for Alex Dietrich. Wow, how about the Hardhats? That was a marvelous piece of hitting. He had a narrow window of opportunity to drill a ball in between the first baseman and the first base bag, and he got it done. You talk about threading the needle. My goodness, I'll say so. Alex Dietrich, with a great double, brings home a run as Hayden Hollick crosses home plate, and it's 8-0 Hardhats. The Hardhats looking like dominant, reigning South Dakota state champions, which they are, trying to get to 2-0 on the year. Runner at second in scoring position, taking a good healthy lead is Alex Dietrich. Philip Benz, the catcher up there, now falling behind 0-2 in the count with 2 outs. Can Philip make it 9-0 here? Here comes a pitch. It's outside for a ball. The Hardhats are pushing 10 runs already in the second inning. They needed 7 runs to get the game-winning 10th run in the first game. Ball hit over the first base bag, and is it fair or foul? They're going to call it foul. That was close, ladies and gentlemen. That was really close. That could have been an RBI single. Instead, we'll do it all over again with a 1-2 count to Philip Benz. Here comes the pitch to Philip Benz. And the pitch is low and outside, ball 2. You know, Kelvin Torvey, the skipper for Post 22, has to be very happy with what he is seeing tonight in 2 very different games for the Hardhats. And there's a base hit into left field. That'll score a run. And it's 9-0. A stand-up double by catcher Philip Benz brings home Alex Dietrich, and it's 9-0 in favor of the Hardhats. How about Post 22? Wow, what a start to the year. What a beginning. Make sure you get down here in 53 degrees and sunshine tomorrow night to pack Fitzgerald Stadium. You want to get out and see these hard hats before they go on the road for a long time. There's a bunt to the pitcher. Pitcher throws the first in time to retire the side. But the hard hats continue to build their lead through 2 innings of play. It's post 22-9, post 400 nothing. This is Hard Hats TV. What a start for the Hard Hats, breaking down the scoring totals in the bottom half of the second inning. The Hard Hats scored 3 runs on a total of 3 hits. There were no errors, and there was 1 man left on base. And the Hard Hats impressively lead 9-0 as we make our way to the 3rd inning. Wow, how about post 22? You have got to get down here tomorrow. We'll have pregame coverage for you at 12:30. At 1 o'clock, it'll be first pitch. And folks, it's going to be sunny and 53 tomorrow. At least that's what they're saying. So make sure you get down here, and we'll have Hard Hats TV coverage with our road trip to Cheyenne next weekend, and we'll be out in Billings, Montana the first weekend of May. But we'll have a lot of home games this year, but it's going to be a while before we have post 22 home games. I think it won't be until May the 9th before we're back at home. So make sure you come out tomorrow. We really want a big crowd out here to maybe see those Hard Hats go for a sweep of the series and a 3-0 start. It's looking good right now for the game 2 of this doubleheader. Post 22 up 9-0 as Lee Negebauer is back out there ready to go to work against Matt Bryant, Colby Hansen, and Gunnar Majerus in the top half of the 3rd inning. Here comes the first pitch to Bryant, and it's outside for ball 1. Lee Negebauer really getting it up there velocity-wise, letting her rip. The left-hander fires a pitch, and it is inside for ball 2. Lee Negebauer putting up a pair of zeros to start things off. A couple guys have gotten on base to represent some base traffic, but Lee hasn't let him cross the plate. Neither has his defense. 3rd pitch is over for a strike, and it's now a 2-1 count to Matt Bryant. We don't think Matt Bryant is related to the Rockies' 3rd baseman, Chris Bryant. Pitch is outside for a ball. Chris Bryant, of course, played his college baseball at my brother's alma mater, University of San Diego Toreros. And he won a World Series with the Chicago Cubs in 2015. There's a pitch, and it's high for strike 2. Count goes full to Matt Bryant. Lee Negebauer with the payoff pitch. No on, no out here in the 3rd. Pitch from Negebauer is hit up the middle, and it is fielded at second. Throw by Reeder, not in time, and that'll be an infield hit for Matt Bryant. Great effort by Wyatt Reeder at second base, but it's really hard to turn on a dime when you're working against the kind of speed that Matt Bryant has in his possession. Now Colby Hansen steps up to bat. 1 on, nobody out. Negebauer gets his sign from Bentz and fires to home plate, and that's a foul back to the screen. You get the sense that was the pitch Colby Hansen wanted, but Colby was not able to drive it where he wanted it to go. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Hansen. Throw to the hitter is fouled off into the night. Well out of play beyond the foul line, foul territory down the right field, first base line. So the count goes to 0-2 now. Negebauer smelling a strikeout. Let's see what pitch he decides to throw here. He throws the heat, and the ball is batted down the left field line. When in doubt, it looks like Lee really likes to go to that fastball. And why not? As he warms up the ball, warms up his hands. That fastball is hard to catch up to if you're facing Lee Negebauer. Here comes the 0-2 pitch from Lee. And the ball is fouled away again. And the right fielder, Harrison Good, tries to make a play, but he can't get there as it lands on the very edge of foul territory before going out of play. What a beautiful place Fitzgerald Stadium is, folks. If you haven't been to a game here, it's just one of the great baseball ballparks in the Northern Plains. 0-2 is the count to Colby Hansen. Runner at first. Here's the pitch. The payoff pitch to Negebauer is hit to right field, and Harrison Good makes a great catch. A diving catch by Harrison Good helps out his pitcher, Lee Negebauer, right there for out number 1. What a great play by Harrison Good. Man, it is a fun night of baseball for the Hardhats and all of the great Hardhats fans with us tonight on Hardhats TV. Leading off at first is Matt Bryant. Now here comes Gunnar Majerus. Majerus had a nightmarish bottom of the first inning where he gave up 6 runs on 1 hit without being able to finish the first inning, and the Hardhats batting around. Well, pickoff attempt behind the runner is to no avail. We have a 1-0 count now to Gunnar Majerus. Don't know if Gunnar Majerus is related to Rick Majerus, the late great college basketball coach that spent a lot of time with St. Thomas More basketball coach Dave Hollenbeck. It could be distantly related. You don't see very many Majeruses around. Ball's hit up the middle, fielded by Negebauer. Throw to second, in time. Throw to first is in time for a double play. The Hardhats turn an old-fashioned double play. It is a 1-6-3 double play to retire the side. Ho! How about those Hardhats right there with that double play from Negebauer to Kiefer, down the line to Dietrich. It is a 1-6-3 DP if you're scoring at home, and the Hardhats have a 9-0 lead through 2.5 innings of play. Looking at the top of the 3rd inning, there were no runs, there was 1 hit, there were no errors, and there was 1 awesome double play that erased all the base runners. And through 2.5 innings of play, the Hardhats lead 9-0 as they come to bat in the bottom of inning number 3. What a tremendous performance by your post-22 Hardhats, with the dominant left-hander Lee Negebauer dealing with authority and getting support from his defense worthy of accolades. What can you say about the defense in that top of the 3rd inning? Harrison Good made that great diving grab in right field, and then you had that tremendous ensemble collaboration with that 1-6-3 double play to retire the side. When you have that kind of defense going, there isn't much that gives any hope or spirit to an opponent that trails a game like this 9-0. The post 22 Hardhats are playing some great baseball. They lead 9-0. They've out-hit the Fargo post 400 Stars 5-3, and now they go to work at the plate here in the bottom of the third inning. You get the impression this game may not go seven innings because it's 9-0 in the bottom of the third, and right now the Hardhats are they are playing lights out baseball. Folks, you have got to make your way here tomorrow after Mass, after church. You know where you got to go. You got to be here going crazy for these Hardhats tomorrow afternoon. We'll be looking for you. It'll be fun. Ball is delivered to home plate and fouled off as the count goes 2-2. Wilson Kiefer leads off the third inning. Wilson had a walk in the first inning and was left on first base. So look to get a big hit here. Wilson, the hero in dramatic fashion in the bottom of the seventh inning with that walk-off RBI single to bring home Ridge Ingehofer for the game-winning run in that thrilling 7-inning contest we had for you in game one of tonight's doubleheader. Ball is hit towards third, and it is bobbled, and that will be an error on the third baseman as Kiefer reaches on an E5. And now Zeke Farley will come up to bat. Colby Hansen, who has played well all night at third base, just couldn't come up with that grounder. And that's now a pair of errors on the Stars. Here comes a pitch to Zeke Farley. Zeke playing very well tonight. He's 0 for 1 in this ball game, but he has stolen a pair of bases, and he scored the first run of the game. Here comes a pitch to Zeke. That's over for a strike, and the count quickly works to 0-2. The Hardhats trying to get the sweep tonight of this doubleheader. Perhaps tomorrow they'll go for a sweep of the series. Ball is hit softly, but in the right spot between the infield and outfield, and that'll be a single for Zeke Farley, and that advances Wilson Kiefer to third base. So the Hardhats working with an opportunity to rack up some more runs, have runners at the corners with nobody out here in the bottom of the third inning. And now here comes a Marion Sailor. What can you say about a Marion? He has been tremendous tonight. He drills the ball to right field. That's a hit. That'll score another run, and it's 10-0. Sailor tries to squeeze out another bag. He gets on to second with the throw going down to third, and just like that, it's 10-0 Hardhats. Marion Sailor comes through again. He is now 2 for 2 in the ball game with a walk, and he pushes Farley to third and brings home Kiefer with the 10th run of the game for the Hardhats. And just like that, a Marion Sailor makes it 10-0, and the Hardhats have a pair of runners in scoring position with nobody out here in the bottom of the third. The Hardhats are just putting the terms to Fargo post 400. Wow. Hardhats are just dominant for Kelvin Torvey tonight. There's a pitch, and it's high and over. It's over for a strike. Hayden Hollick is now the hitter. Hayden is 0 for 0 tonight. He has played great defense at third base in both games. Here comes the pitch to Howick, and the ball is fouled off into the cool night air. I should rephrase that. The cold night air is in the mid-30s tonight. Seems that the Hardhats are a cold weather team. There's a pitch, and the ball is drilled to left, and it is dropped. It was almost caught. 1 run scores, and it's 11-0. That was a great shot to right field by Hayden Howick. It was nearly caught, but it was dropped, and it is going to be an error, a tough luck error on the left fielder, an E7, and Howick is able to reach second base with a smash to deep left field. The ball could have been caught, wasn't caught. That's the 3rd error of the game, and there's a wild pitch, and that'll score a run. And it's 12-0 as Zeke Farley crosses home plate. Or check that. And Marion Saylor crosses home plate. Farley already crossed home plate on the air a moment ago. It is 12-0. There is nobody out. In the bottom of the 3rd, the Hardhats scored 6 runs in the 1st inning, 3 runs in the 2nd, and now 3 runs in the 3rd. I don't know if there's an area code called the 633, but that's what the Hardhats have put on the scoreboard so far in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd innings to reach 12, and they're not done yet, because at 3rd base stands Hayden Howick with Harrison Good at the plate. Harrison 0 for 1 tonight with a run scored and a walk. Here comes the pitch to Good, and Good hits it hard up the middle. Fielded by the shortstop, throw to first. It's going to be a tag play, but that brings home the run. Good with an RBI on the ground out. And that makes it 13-0 as Howick scores. So there's nobody on with 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd inning for designated hitter Peyton Tipton. So Good is retired 6-3, but he gets the RBI. And now we're going to have a pop-up to the shortstop by Peyton Tipton for the 2nd out. So the shortstop making the plays necessary for the Stars. That shortstop is Caleb Christensen, who's played well tonight. He gets the easy pop-up, and now Alex Dietrich comes up with the bases empty in a 13-0 ball game, and he swings and misses at the first pitch. The Hardhats are on their way to being 2-0 to start the season. How about these Hardhats? There's a pitch, and the hitter, Dietrich, has to get out of the way of that inside offering. 1-1 count, 2 outs. Here comes the pitch, and it's high for ball 2. The post-22 Hardhats leading 13-0 here in the 3rd inning. 6 in the 1st, 3 in the 2nd, 4 runs in the 3rd inning. My name is Mike Fell. I'm filling in for Oliver Fell, the voice of Hardhats TV. He will be with you when he gets back from Arizona State in a couple of weeks. Can't wait to meet all you fans. There's a low pitch and a walk as Dietrich jogs down to first base, and Dietrich has reached base in all 3 plate appearances so far. He had an RBI double in the 2nd inning. He was able to reach on an error in the 1st, and he gets a base on balls here in inning number 3. Philip Bentz now coming up to bat. Philip with a huge double earlier in this ball game, and looks like he gets a hit by pitch there. He'll take a base, and Dietrich will go on to second base. If I know the rules correctly, if a team is leading by 15 runs after 4 innings, you get the call, the game is over. So maybe here the Hardhats in this 13-0 ball game with 2 outs in the third. These 2 runs could be important because maybe it gives a chance for the Hardhats to close out the game in the top half of the 4th inning if they could get 2 more runs across. Lee Nagebauer and the Hardhats would have a chance to, if they could get up 15-0 and stop Fargo post 400 in the top of the 4th, they could win the game midway through the 4th inning. See how it plays out here. 0-1 count to Wyatt Reeder. Boy, has he had a great night. There's a stolen base attempt, and that's going to be a caught stealing at third base by Alex Dietrich. Give credit there to catcher Malachi Weremeyer, who gets the 2-5 caught stealing, but the Hardhats have an outstanding bottom of the 3rd inning. They score 4 runs on a grand total of 2 hits. There were a pair of errors committed by the post 400 Fargo Stars, and there was 1 man left on base. Through 3 innings of play, it's the post 22 Hardhats 13, the post 400 Stars from Fargo, North Dakota, nothing. You're watching Hardhats TV. Lee Nagebauer comes out to pitch here in inning number 4. We've got a final score from the desert. The San Diego Padres knock off the first place Arizona Diamondbacks 5-3. Joe Musgrove, No Joe, makes his first start of the year. He had missed a number of starts because he dropped a weight on his toe in the Padres weight room in spring training, and he is back on the mound, gets a win tonight over Merrill Kelly, and Padres now are 11-12 on the season, just behind the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks in the NL West race here in the month of April. So Lee Nagebauer pitching up a storm tonight. Can't say enough about Kelvin Torvey and this Hardhats team. They have played marvelous defense. They have looked sharp on this frigid night. And how Lee Nagebauer, he's smiling. Taking care of business is what he's doing. Lee Nagebauer here in the top of the 4th. He can hold the Stars scoreless here in this frame. You have to think there's a good chance that the Hardhats could get 2 runs in the bottom of the 4th and close out the game in the 4th inning with a 15-run TKO. Here we go. Pitch from Nagebauer is popped up. Players calling for it, and it will drop. It lands off the center fielder's glove, and you hate to say it, but it was really the all-out effort by Wilson Kiefer calling for it and running all the way in the path of the center fielder, a Marion Saylor, that led to that ball landing. They're going to call it a double instead of an error. So it was going to be a double for Jake Jaroszewski. And the leadoff man is on here in the 4th inning. That very well could have been, should have been an out. I think a Marion Saylor would have made a routine catch in center field, but for the shortstop racing all the way into center and causing confusion, chaos, and the ball to drop. But anyway, next play is a ground out. That's a 5-3 put out. Ashton Renas is the first out in the top half of the 4th inning, and now Malachi Weremeyer, the catcher, comes up to hit for post 400. I want to give a shout out to Mike Mason. He's the voice of the post 400 stars from Fargo, and what a great Avalanche fan he is. He's telling me about all the trips he makes to go cheer on his Avs. That's special, buddy. What a great guy. Really enjoyed meeting Mike Mason here tonight. Fine broadcaster, and it's great to just always meet another friend in the broadcasting fraternity. Speaking of great friends in the broadcasting fraternity, want to say hi to Jerome Wickersham and his partner Dale over in the other booth here on the radio side on Fox Sports 1150, and say hello to Nate Brown, and appreciate all they do to promote sports in Rapid City. 1-1 count. Pitch is outside for ball 2. 2-1 is the count. There's one out. Standing at first base, representing perhaps the first run of the game for post 400, is Jake Jareski. Ball is hit hard to Harrison Good, who makes the catch, tagging it third, throw to third, and it's an out. How about that? Harrison Good is able to throw out the tagging runner, Jake Jareski, from second base. Harrison Good guns down. That is a big boy, big time, professional arm. That's a cannon. That's a howitzer on display right there. Harrison Good absolutely has to stun and shake Jake Jareski. And that'll do it. That'll end the game. The game is over. 13-0. Harrison Good sends us home with a great throw out from right field. And if that isn't the most emphatic ending to a game you'll ever witness, I don't know what is. It's a sweep for post 22. The Hardhats win 13-0 at the end of 4 innings of play tonight. The home folks go home happy. The Hardhats wins 10-9 in game 1. They win by a total of 13-0 in 4 innings in game number 2. And we will see you tomorrow. We want a packed house here tomorrow at Fitzgerald Stadium. It will be 53 degrees. It will be sunny. And the first pitch will come your way at 1 o'clock. We'll have Hardhats TV pregame beginning at 12:30. Want to thank Wayne Sullivan, everybody here with Hardhats TV Post 22 Baseball celebrating a sweep tonight, a 2-0 start. Kelvin Torvey and the Hardhats get it done. Great defense, great pitching, great hitting. You put it all together, that's a 2-0 start, baby, for the Hardhats. So Post 22 off to a great start. I want to bring in Wayne Sullivan for a really quick post-game chat. And Coach, I mean, you've got to love how the season started tonight.
Yeah, the weather wasn't very good for us, but I tell you what, the bats were hot and the pitching was good, and you have pitching and defense, and you put a couple runs on the board, and yeah, they did really well tonight. We're very excited.
It's always great to just start a season no matter what the weather is. And it's a lot of fun to start at home and just kind of get that feeling of the winning state championship culture that's here.
Exactly, and again, hats off to our fans that were here. We had quite a few in the stands. They had their blankets and their toboggans on, but yes, coming off their 44th state championship last year and now opening the season 2-0 against a very good Fargo team. And then carry into tomorrow, and as our season now gets kicked off, nothing better than starting out 2-0.
I heard a lot about Harrison Good from our buddy Steve Ammerman, and I was like, I want to see this kid. And, he made some great plays, but that last throw, I mean, you could go to a professional ballpark and you might not see a right fielder gun a guy down like that.
Well, they always say, your strongest arm's in right field, and, they always like to show off the arm, and that's probably about the third time I've seen Harrison do that in the last 2 years, and so that gets the team fired up, and you could see at the end when got it to Roche, and Roche put the tag on the end of the game, and So yeah, no, the boys again, they're fired up today. I loved how their enthusiasm and how they were running around, even though it's 32 degrees, and again, a good way to start.
There's no greater family ticket value for great sports in this town than post 22 baseball. We're talking with Wayne Sullivan, general manager of the Hardhats. I mean, tomorrow it's going to be sunny. It's going to be 53. I'm thinking after you go to mass, after you go to church, what better way to spend a day with your family than to bring the family out for the big game tomorrow?
Exactly, and and you said it, it's a great value. A family pass for up to 6 people, only $95, and you can get over 100 home games, all the way from our cadets, bullets, expos, and hard hats. And a great thing, what a way to be at the ballpark on a Sunday afternoon, and we hope we have a packed house tomorrow.
And I'll tell you what, we get a chance to look at our numbers. We had so many people watching tonight, and it was a lot of fun.
Yes, it is, and we appreciate it, Mike, and thank you for getting us kicked off. And we'll be having Oliver soon, so we'll have the Fell connection here, and it'll be a good year for us.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks so much. That's Wayne Sullivan, general manager for the Post 22 Hard Hats. Tonight, the Hard Hats get the sweep. They win 10-9, coming off of a uh, Wilson Kiefer getting a RBI to bring home the game-winning run in the first of 2 games, and then in the second game it was all Hard Hats. The Hard Hats with 6 runs in the bottom of the first, 3 runs in the bottom of the second, 4 runs in the bottom of the third, and then they close things out getting the shutout. Lee Negebauer goes the distance, 4 innings, no runs, cross the plate. Outstanding start for Lee Negebauer. By the way, it was Eli Kelly getting the win in the first game. It was Lee Negebauer getting the victory in the second game. That's how it broke down as far as the pitching decisions went. And this was just a tremendous display for the reigning 44-time state champion Post 22 Hard Hats with a convincing sweep here at Dave Blue Field, and the Hard Hats go for the series sweep tomorrow. We will be with you on Hard Hats TV at 12:30, and then we will be bringing you first pitch at 1 o'clock. Come on out, come on down, get excited, and make some noise. And folks, just looking at the schedule, I know I've said it a couple times, but the Hard Hats go on the road for the next couple weekends, so this is really, tomorrow is really the day if you want to see this great Hard Hats team until the middle of May. So make sure you come on down and make some noise and have some fun with the finest baseball team in Rapid City, the Post 22 Hard Hats. The Hard Hats get the sweep tonight. They win the first game by a total of 10-9. They win in 4 innings with a 13-0 shutout victory behind some outstanding defense and great pitching from Lee Negebauer, the flame-throwing left-handed ace. And the Hard Hats are 2-0 to start the year. The Post 400 Stars from Fargo see their record go from 9-3 down to 9-5 today. They'll look to bounce back. It was a fun night of baseball, so glad you made Hard Hats TV a part of your evening, and we will talk to you tomorrow afternoon from Fitzgerald Stadium. Good night from Rapid City, South Dakota.